And Timothy Pulliam, also the next point. He's a member of ours on YouTube, and we love doing the show with our members, so hit the join button below. Said, time to start a bunch of LLCs. Ding, 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 there we go. I wish TYT had more resources, because I would literally organize two things for you guys. I would organize you guys all setting up LLCs in Delaware, okay? And that's not that hard a thing to do. And put them in Seaford, and let's have 1,000 progressive LLCs. And by the way, you don't have to live there. That's part of the magic of these rules. So the guys with the LLCs, they don't even live in Delaware. They live in they can live in Timbuktu, it doesn't matter, right? So wherever you are, you can set up an LLC in Delaware and be like, okay, now I'm voting. And look at that, we have 1,000 progressive LLCs. What are you gonna do now?
Nice.
Huh? What are you gonna do? What, I thought corporations were people, my friend, okay? And secondly, Yasmin's point about churches. Yeah, these guys are insane. They have churches voting. Who votes at the church? Is it a parishioner? Is it the deacon? Is it a pastor? By the way, is it an imam? Oh, wait a minute. If churches are human beings, are mosques human beings? How about we set up 1,000 mosques in Seashore, Delaware? Why not? Why not? Now everybody's voting. How about couches? I'm gonna send my couch to vote in Delaware, because as long as we're making up stuff. You know what? Guys, pull up the picture. I think these are the next folks who should control Delaware's elections, okay? So go ahead, put them up. There they are.
Oh my God.
Okay, square. Squishmallows are now citizens and can vote. Who votes for them? I don't know. Who votes for a company? Who votes for a church? Same person that's gonna vote for the Squishmallow, all right? And it is what it is. Okay, hey, as long as we're in Alice in Wonderland and you guys are making up crap, okay, let's do it.
Hashtag squish the vote. Ridiculous.
That's catchy. I like that.
Yeah, oh my God, the world we live in.
Okay, I'm not playing. If they keep this up, we're gonna go set up thousands of churches are human. Who votes at the church? Is it a parishioner? Is it the deacon? Is it a pastor? By the way, is it an imam? Oh, wait a minute. If churches are human beings, are mosques human beings? How about we set up 1,000 mosques in Seashore, Delaware? Why not? Why not? Now everybody's voting. How about couches? I'm gonna send my couch to vote in Delaware, because as long as we're making up stuff. You know what? Guys, pull up the picture. I think these are the next folks who should control Delaware's elections, okay? So go ahead, put them up. There they are.
Oh my God.
Okay, Squishmallows are now citizens and can vote. Who votes for them? I don't know. Who votes for a company? Who votes for a church? Same person that's gonna vote for the Squishmallow, all right? And it is what it is. Okay, hey, as long as we're in Alice in Wonderland and you guys are making up crap, okay, let's do it.
Hashtag squish the vote. Ridiculous.
That's catchy. I like that.
Yeah, oh my God, the world we live in.
Okay, I'm not playing. If they keep this up, we're gonna go set up thousands of corporations and mosques. And I guarantee, here's one thing that'll turn people around right away. A couple of mosques voting, and put that on Fox News, and all of a sudden they're like, what is this? We didn't expect this. We thought only Christians got to vote twice. Okay, okay, all of a sudden, get your ass in line now. People are people. Human beings are human beings. Not corporations or churches or however else you want to rig an election because you hate democracy. By the way, chapter 4 of my book is all about this, how corporations slowly took over our government. We live under corporate goddamn rule, and they took over the Republican Party, and most importantly, also the Democratic Party. TYT.com/justice to pre-order the book.
Nice.
And see how we got into this crazy world to begin with. And chapter 5 explains it, because the media is the matrix, the most important corporate machine that goes, no, I don't see anything wrong. Corporations voting, well, I don't think it's a big issue. I think that's normal. Corporations giving millions of dollars to politicians. Oh, that's not a bribe. They were just talking to them. Oh, where did that money wind up? Oh, it wound up in ads at my company. Oh, did it? Am I the biggest benefactor of corruption? Is that why I don't see it at all? And I think corporations and Squishmallows should be allowed to vote? Oh, I guess I'm the matrix, right? That's American mainstream media for your corporate media. That's chapter 5.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks. We really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships. You'll get to interact with us more. There's live chat emojis, badges. You've got emojis of me, Anna, John, JR. So those are super fun. But you also get playback of our exclusive member-only shows and specials right after they air. So all of that, all you gotta do is click that join button right underneath the video. Thank you.
My absolute super skinny girl is name, but she is dead. His ideal girl is so skinny, she's dead. And this is a real girl. Because the really sick thing about this forum is that they actually do have real girls on it. As in, they get anorexic girls to come to hotel rooms. So this is a video that needs a heavy trigger warning on it. Not just for anorexia stuff, but also for extreme sexual creepiness and the two mated together. Welcome to the horrible world of anorexia fetishists. Now, there is a backstory to this video. I didn't just go stalking these people for like content. The backstory to this is that due to being a member of an eating disorder forum for the past about 17 years, we're all like a family there at this point. We look out for each other. And somebody somehow through the grapevine found out that on this anorexia fetishist site, they were talking about me and some of the other members of the anorexia forum due to our old emaciated pictures having been stolen and circulated. And it turned out that one of these creeps, who was a super creep, like not just an anorexia fetishist, but also reputedly a pedophile.
And can I just point out at this juncture that there is a huge crossover between anorexia fetishists and pedophiles. I am not just pulling this out of my ass and going, oh, this guy was one kind of creep, so he must have been like a pedophile. No, there is a big crossover because of the fact that severely anorexic women do not have any womanly attributes. Their bodies do not look like adult bodies. So if you are obsessively into that sexually, there is a large chance that you are into children too. And there will be more on that later in the video. Shudder.
They had, in stealing my photos, they had then stolen my identity as well and created a lot of profiles on MySpace, on Facebook, probably other places too, using all of my old skinny photos so they could pretend to be an anorexic girl in order to gain access to other anorexic girls and their photos. So please, 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 if you are openly eating disordered on any sort of social media, even if it's just Facebook and you have a very thin profile photo, please be very, very, very careful of the people that you let in to your Facebook. They might be, you know, anorexic looking girls. They might be pedophiles hiding behind those pictures. Or they might be men who seem friendly and you don't necessarily know why they're so friendly, when you're not conventionally attractive, well, it might be because this is the kind of stuff that they're into. So anyway, after learning that these people had stolen my identity, blah, 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 one of the members of my eating disorder forum gained access to the anorexia fetishist forum and gave the password to all of us. So all of us were going into this forum and just being like, holy balls, and we were screenshotting, we were bringing it back, we were copy pasting, we were discussing like, this is some sick ass shit, right? And yeah, I think you should be aware of what's going through the minds of the people who are potentially friend adding you if you are openly eating disordered online. So here we go with a heavy, heavy trigger warning, because we're gonna go in heavy here with one of their fetish stories. One of the most highly rated fetish stories they have on there is one that they call the Analympics. So to give you the caption, the synopsis that the author 111 Jack has given it, he says, the Analympics are an underground organization that capture young women and lock them away for some time, severely reducing their food rations, brackets, a few hundred calories a day or so, until they are no more than about 25 kilograms. Now, the interesting thing about this forum is that they give weights always in kilograms, and I don't think that's because everyone is European. A lot of people, or Australian, where is it that people use kilograms? But I've seen like a lot of British people on there, a lot of American people. I think they use kilograms because the numbers are the smallest, and this is part of the fetish. This is my guess about the kilogram thing. These beautiful and weak skeletons will then enter into cruel competitions, and their prize will be a tiny ratio of boiled rice. Stay tuned for a full and exclusive coverage of this great sports event. And then we go into the story. So this one is called Waist Squeeze. For our next contest, ladies and gentlemen, we have two exceptional girls. Both were with us for quite some time. We put them on a 100-calorie diet during this time, and I can assure you they look great. And in order to make this contest more interesting, we did not feed them at all during the last 3 weeks. The anchorman announced to the cheering audience, so welcome our contestants on the right side with a height of 170 meters, weighing 21 kilos. Marinda, yeah, I did the maths. I hate to give you numbers, but I just know anyone who's interested in numbers is going to do the maths too. That works out at about 5'7" and 46 pounds. Realistic, really, really realistic there, yeah. So continuing on, a big muscle girl dressed in leather straps came on stage. In one hand she held a chain which was on the other end attached to a collar that the contestant Marinda was wearing around her neck. Apart from the leather collar that fitted her tiny neck tightly, she wore only G-strings.
womanly attributes. Their bodies do not look like adult bodies. So if you are obsessively into that sexually, there is a large chance that you are into children too. And there will be more on that later in the video. Shudder.
They had, in stealing my photos, they had then stolen my identity as well and created a lot of profiles on MySpace, on Facebook, probably other places too, using all of my old skinny photos so they could pretend to be an anorexic girl in order to gain access to other anorexic girls and their photos. So please, 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 if you are openly eating disordered on any sort of social media, even if it's just Facebook and you have a very thin profile photo, please be very, very, very careful of the people that you let in to your Facebook. They might be, you know, anorexic looking girls. They might be paedophiles hiding behind those pictures, or they might be men who seem friendly and you don't necessarily know why they're so friendly when you're not conventionally attractive. Well, it might be because this is the kind of stuff that they're into. So anyway, after learning that these people had stolen my identity, blah, 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 one of the members of my eating disorder forum gained access to the anorexia fetishist forum and gave the password to all of us. So all of us were going into this forum and just being like, holy balls, and we were screenshotting, we were bringing it back, we were copy pasting, we were discussing like, this is some sick ass shit, right? And yeah, I think you should be aware of what's going through the minds of the people who are potentially friend adding you if you are openly eating disordered online. So here we go with a heavy, heavy trigger warning, because we're gonna go in heavy here with one of their fetish stories. One of the most highly rated fetish stories they have on there is one that they call the Analympics. So to give you the caption, the synopsis that the author 111 Jack has given it, he says, the Analympics are an underground organization that capture young women and lock them away for some time, severely reducing their food rations, brackets, a few hundred calories a day or so, until they are no more than about 25 kilograms. Now, the interesting thing about this forum is that they give weights always in kilograms, and I don't think that's because everyone is European. A lot of people, or Australian, where is it that people use kilograms? But I've seen like a lot of British people, a lot of American people. These beautiful and weak skeletons will then enter into cruel competitions, and their price will be a tiny ratio of boiled rice. Stay tuned for a full and exclusive coverage of this great sports event. And then we go into the story. So this one is called Waist Squeeze. For our next contest, ladies and gentlemen, we have two exceptional girls. Both were with us for quite some time. We put them on a 100-calorie diet during this time, and I can assure you they look great. And in order to make this contest more interesting, we did not feed them at all during the last 3 weeks. The anchorman announced to the cheering audience, so welcome our contestants on the right side with a height of 170 meters, weighing 21 kilos. Miranda, yeah, I did the maths. I hate to give you numbers, but I just know anyone who's interested in numbers is going to do the maths too. That works out at about 5'7" and 46 pounds. Realistic, really, really realistic there. Yeah. So continuing on, a big muscle girl dressed in leather straps came on stage. In one hand she held a chain which was on the other end attached to a collar that the contestant Miranda was wearing around her neck. Apart from the leather collar that fitted her tiny neck tightly, she wore only G-strings. Are you ready? The lower bones of her pelvis sharply protruded the tiny triangle of fabric that covered a small area between the prominent shovels of her hip bones. From this triangle, 2 strings ran up her sunken-in stomach and ran over her hip bones. She did not wear a bra, but that was not needed. The skin of her chest was paper thin and stretched over ribs and breastbone. I'm literally like shaking reading this. This is gross. Her nipples sat on sharp ribs. Her arms, no thicker than the bones, hung weakly from two knobs of bone that were her shoulders. Her elbows were twice as thick as her upper arm. Her skull face looked stoically into the void. This contraption of skin and bone stood on two sticks that could hardly support the little weight and trembled from the effort. And then, anyway, it goes on to give you the sporting event that they're engaging in, which basically sticks two horrible tight spanner-operated belts around their stomachs, which they then wrench in with a spanner until they've basically cut themselves in half, with the anchor man announcing the inches that they've gone down to with this belt, and then the winner eventually is you know, screams, lies flat on the floor, but is rewarded with a tiny spoonful of rice, and she tries to eat it, but the belt around her waist is so tight that she vomits it straight back up again and just lies on the floor and cries. And there's another really horrible description of an emaciated body here. The girls did not have a gram of meat on their bottom, which were formed purely of bones. Having no buttocks, their assholes were at the bottom of a deep funnel that was formed by the bones of their pelvis. Now, speaking from experience, yes, if you are super emaciated, it's quite weird. You have no buttocks, therefore your asshole is basically on display at all times. It's one of the less glamorous things about anorexia. And in this one, they torture these girls with ice. There's one where they put them in a swimming pool and they make them swim until they basically pass out and start drowning. It's torture of anorexics. I say anorexics, girls who've been forced into slavery, human trafficked, starved down to an extreme emaciated weight, and then forced to perform in grueling competitions for a screaming crowd. This is their fantasy. And then one poster called Mag Funny comments, "My dream is an Olympics, our reality. To see such skinny girls is the best thing in the world. To sleep with extreme emaciated is fantastic. I like girls with an weight under 25 kilos, but under 20 kilos and less is only a dream. My absolute super skinny girl is name, with only numbers, but she is dead. His ideal girl is so skinny, she's dead." And this is a real girl, because the really sick thing about this forum is that they actually do have real girls on it. As in, they get anorexic girls to come to hotel rooms where photo shoots are done of them for this fetish forum. And there are some comments about this. One of them, they talk about the girls they've been using in these photo shoots and say, "She returned! Oh my goodness, they've been wondering where she was for a while. She hasn't been doing a photo shoot for a while. And finally, the news comes in, she returns. She was gone because she broke a hip bone and was in the hospital." And is now extremely low number. They also, this is the really, okay, this guy is the creepiest creeper of all to me. This dude, most of them are just like spaff machines. In fact, let me read you another fetish piece. This is a fetish story that is the most... I'm sorry, I'm probably going to laugh throughout this fetish story. I shouldn't, because it's sick, but it's so badly written. It's so badly written. At least there's some comic relief here. So one of the pretty average fetish stories is just a dude being an average horn dog, but with a severely emaciated woman, as you do. So he has met this girl that he hasn't seen in a long time at the airport, and let me just read you the rest of it, because oh lord. She gets closer, my heart races faster. She turns a right angle and I see her on side for the first time. I see her trousers flopping backwards and forwards as if there was hardly any meat on them there skinny legs. See, I'm actually pretty sure he's British from the rest of the slang in this story, but I'm not sure what them there skinny legs came from. She looked 6 inches thick standing on side. Her clothes were hanging off her very thin body, in caps. She did look very elegant though. She came towards me looking very hollow about the cheeks, and we embrace each other with a hug. I feel her bum and say, "Oh my God, you have no bum at all." It was as flat can be. It was as flat as a pancake. "You have a beautiful flat bottom, Jane," I announce. "You like?" she asks. "Yes," I reply. I feel up her back, nothing but ribs. I look at her upper chest, and it is flat as flat can be. No boobs at all. I see bones in her upper chest as I look at the V-neck in her jumper. As I hold her, I say, "My God, you're so thin, Janey Poos." Jane replies, "Yes, I think I might have lost more weight again, Clivey Poos." I feel her stomach. "I like the flat tummy, Jane," I comment. "No more Janey Poos. Oh, I'm disappointed." Jane responds, "Yes, I'm very happy to have such a flat tummy for the first time in my life." At this point, I get a hard on, like rock hard. Very painful, in fact. I then say, "Excuse me, Jane, but I have to go to the loo. Please wait here a tick." You see, he's British. I go into the men's toilet, busting for a, well, how can I put this? A wank, quite frankly. I walk into the cubicle, close the door, and by this time I am so hard that my 11-inch dick is swelling so hard that it would have been embarrassing if I had have stayed out in the terminal corridor any longer than I did. I pull out my wand, thinking, gee whiz, my dick is nearly twice as long as she is standing sideways. Wow. I come uncontrollably, squirting my load all over the toilet bowl. What a mess, eh? Quell, I'm glad I'm not the cleaner, LOL. So, yeah, so that's one of the pretty average fetish stories.
So I do think it's very interesting to note the differences between their fetishes on this site. That not all of them are obsessed with the extreme torture scenarios of the Analympics. Some of them do just seem to want a normal girlfriend relationship with somebody who is emaciated. But something that I would like to point out here regards something I saw in a video called The Dark Descent of Eugenia Cooney. Now, somebody edited together a bunch of clips of Eugenia on her live stream, and the fact that she would get paid every time she picked up this very large makeup bin. Every video she had, the makeup bin was in the same place, and she was like, "Oh no, I've forgotten to move it again," and she would pick it up and move it. Over and over and over again, she would get paid exactly at the moment she moved this large bin. And people were like, why is this? Is it because she's showing off her body? Partly, but it's more than that. One of the core points of anorexia fetishists, or what they find so attractive, is emaciated girls struggling with something that is larger and heavier than they are because they're so thin and so weak. And this crosses over with disability fetishes, that there's a big fetish for disabled people struggling with tasks they can't do. And it often goes the same for anorexia fetishists, that they want to see someone struggling because they're so thin and they're so weak that they can't do it. Oh no! This is why Eugenia gets paid every time she picks up something large and heavy on her live stream. And this just highlights the kind of people who are on Twitch watching Eugenia as a part of her community. So this whole big blow up recently about, oh my goodness, there have been pedophiles as moderators in Eugenia's community. Is it a surprise? Come on. People who are going to be watching Eugenia, there's going to be tons of fetishists in there, and then the rest of the people are going to be young girls who are probably also eating disordered, trying to trigger themselves. So they're young, they're vulnerable, they're mentally damaged, making them even more vulnerable. This is a very, very, very toxic combination. So personally speaking, if I had children of any age, there is no flipping way I would let them anywhere near Eugenia Cooney's live streams, no matter how sweet they thought she was, whether they played the same game she played. No freaking way. That community, poison, 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 and you can see it by all of these people paying her way, way, way every time she bends over and starts struggling with this bin. You can see how many fetishists are in the community.
But to return to the really, really, really creepy dude. This dude wigs me out so hard. His username is BlueMag, and he doesn't just talk in this like horn dog fashion, which is bad enough when you're talking about someone who's like dying for your photo shoots. You know, literally, one of the girls they had for their photo shoots broke a freaking hip bone, another one died. So the horn dog stuff is creepy, but this dude is like gotta be a pedophile, I would say. Like, obviously that's an allegation, but just the way he talks. So anyway, they're talking about a girl we'll just call D. Someone says, it seems to me that D is a little heavier in these photos as her breasts seem a bit fuller. BlueMag responds, she does not have breasts. Aww, that is the whole point, isn't it? Just dear little naked ribs that poke through where her breasts should be. Isn't that part of why we love her so much? It sure is for me. Even at the sides where other women have soft places, you can see her lovely little ribs and her hollow armpits. Breasts are usually one of the last places she will ever regain flesh until she puts on a lot more weight. I don't believe this will ever happen for little D, and I love her so much. It is so sweet. Don't others agree? All that their rib little, even though she is anorexics, she would enjoy being affectionately stroked and fondled there. Would you love to do that for her and make her feel nice? And of course, tell her how lovely she is. I sure would. It gets creepier. It's the cutesiness of the way he talks about this girl that just shudders me to my core, dude. So he's still talking about this girl D. The close-ups are lovely for showing such things as the amazing hollows between her rib and around her sternum, aww, and in her shoulders, and her cute little hollow thighs and loins too, and bony little knees. Also, I love to see her wonderful snow white skin. No doubt she's very anemic. Poor darling. And her... I'm sorry, dude, you are fucking encouraging her to do this. You are paying her to come to these photo shoots, and as will be mentioned soon, you are inviting other people to these photo shoots to literally spank the monkey while she's standing there half naked in a hotel room being photoshot, and you're calling her poor darling because she's anemic when you're like basically paying her to be in that state. And you're calling her poor darling. P.S. It is also very lovely indeed to see those wonderful little folds beneath her bottom bones where she has no bottom, of course, and all the flesh is missing, leaving only her skin. Personally, I love that so much also. So thanks for that as well. Imagine how lovely it would be to caress that. BlueMag, you creep me out the hardest out of this whole. So here we go. This is what goes on these shootings. They're saying that D, this girl, has some more shootings this weekend somewhere in Germany at a specific hotel. And they say, if you want to join one of the shootings, you are welcome. This is to all forum members. They give the dates. You can touch her bones and watch her naked, but no sex, please. Maybe she agrees if you want to masturbate while watching her, because it's almost impossible not to do it when you see her bones in front of your face. I have to hold my cam and can't do it, but that's hard enough for me. She knows how we feel and enjoys it to please us. She needs our admiration, and she's thinner than ever. She knows how we feel and enjoys now, the thing is, what is fucking creepy to me is that I know my name is mentioned on this forum. There is speculation about me on this forum. Bear in mind, you know, this, like most forums, is, you know, has a lot of posts going back over a lot of years. So they were talking about me, I think, back in about 2007. So I was semi-recovered at that point. But this person knew me. They knew my name. They knew I lived in the UK. They had access to my social media. Now, if I had have still been at a low weight when all of this was going on, and this person had have approached me saying, we want to fly you out to Germany or to wherever in Europe, and we want to put you up in a hotel room and we want to photo shoot you. There's going to be a bunch of cash in it. is for an anorexia fetish forum. Well, I mean, I did modeling when I was younger. I did some fetish modeling when I was younger. I was a pretty big poster of photos when I was emaciated, like many girls are. Like when you are at this low weight, the only thing you have going on in your life, the only thing you have to be proud of is your low weight. So you post a lot of it online, you show it off. Not all anorexics are hiding in baggy clothes thinking they're fat. A lot of them realize they're very skinny, realize, look, I'm doing something no one else can do. I've got all this control, I've got all this power, I've got something in my life that I feel like is going right for me. So I was quite a big bone flaunter at that point, and the idea of getting a load of money to be put up in a hotel room and basically worshipped by a load of guys for this thing I was so proud of, I might have done it, honestly. I might have done it. But then you've got these guys who are super appreciative of your emaciation, and I would say they are definitely going to be talking to you in that hotel room about numbers. They always want to know what the girls weigh, what their height, what their weight is, what their measurements are. So you're being subjected to these intensely triggering things there, and they're going to want, if you come back again, they're going to want to see you thinner. You know, you're probably going to have access to the forum so you can see what people are saying about you. They're going to be thinking, is she going to be thinner next time? I hope she's going to be even thinner next time. Like, oh, she had these bits, but like not enough bones. Because one of the things I saw said about one prominent anorexic person online was that they were disappointed that she wasn't bony enough, when this girl is like crazy emaciated but not bony enough for them. So these, vastly triggering. And they are happy to push girls until they are breaking hip bones, until they are dying. That is really quite a horrible reality of this forum. And I actually believe I met an anorexia fetishist when I was at my lowest weight. I was on a train, and the reason I say I'm pretty sure he was an anorexia fetishist was because I knew I looked like absolute shit that day. Like, I had no makeup on, I was at my lowest weight, I wasn't wearing anything particularly nice. I'd basically like fallen out of the house in sweatpants and a t-shirt, and hadn't showered. When you're severely anorexic, you just don't really give a shit about most things. And I was on my way to a friend's house for another friend's wedding, and this dude on this train, this young guy, about my age, a few years older, he just hit on me on the train. And I've never been so forcefully hit on before, let alone while wearing no makeup. Well, I'll give you, I don't think this is triggering because it's only a face shot, but this is what my face looked like at this point. Like, so I wasn't like a particularly attractive mofo at this point. And he just came over and just starts chatting to me, and he quickly realizes that I have tongue piercings, and this turns into like, wow, I've never kissed a girl with tongue piercings thing. So, and I'm like, well, I mean, I think anorexics are often pushovers. I mean, something that people have said about Eugenia Cooney is that she is way too polite to the point of being a pushover in dangerous ways. And I think the same was for me. And it was obvious that when he said, I've never kissed a girl with tongue piercings, it was like, I'm trying to kiss you. So I was like, hell yeah, why not? So we kissed for a bit, and he's immediately in with the groping. And I'm not just talking about like top half groping, I'm talking about like directly to the crotch groping. And then he invites me out with his friends. He was a soldier, or he said he was a soldier, and that he was like going off to like Iraq or somewhere pretty soon after this. So like, oh, I'm only in town for a little while. I'm pretty sure this was a line thinking back, but I was on my way to a wedding. I couldn't, but just like the sheer forcefulness and horniness of this guy when presented with me looking honestly like shit. I think the dude was probably an anorexia fetishist. And I remember my friend Gretchen talking about running into fetishists too, really hitting on her, and she was creeped the fuck out. Because it's one thing to deliberately make yourself emaciated, it's one thing to be proud of your own emaciation, but to then have that like applauded by the normal world, that's fucked up. Because what you're usually hearing from the normal world is, oh my god, you look sick, please stop dying, please stop dying. You want to hear that you look sick, you want to hear that you look like you're dying, because that means you look very thin. But the minute someone says you look sexy, you start thinking, my god, I must be fat then, because why the fuck would anyone find this sexy? Like, this is the whole point of this, is to not be sexy. The whole point of this is to look disgusting and to look sick, and for people to realize that I have problems. You know, one of the whole reasons that people want to look sick rather than skinny attractive is that they are saying, help, 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 I have problems and I want it to show on the outside. And then people saying your self-destruction and your visible sickness is sexy to me is one of the creepiest things that can ever happen to you, seriously. So anyway, continuing with good old Blue Mag. Now, they're still talking about this girl D, and I have seen some of the photo shoot pictures, and they are alarming. The girls are seriously emaciated. Some of it is quite sexualized. A lot of it is very fetishy. I don't remember specifically the girl D and what she looked like. But anyway, Blue Mag says she does get thinner, definitely. Poor little angel, poor little darling. And she was already right down to her dear little bones for us before. Sigh. Look at the deep cavity now where her tummy, she doesn't really have one, sinks right down above the upper edges of her sticking out pube bones. Look at how hollow she is now in her loins and how even more stripped down the flesh of her vagina. Poor little sweetie. At least there are some here who appreciate her. We all love her so much, don't we? She could do so much fucking better than you, dude. This is like, you only appreciate her because she's killing herself for you. What the fuck? And here he goes again with possibly the most horrible post, horribly on the forum. I swear I never saw such a cute little vagina. There's no flesh there at all to cover anything at all. Just an adorable little naked clit peeking out of her lovely pube bones. She's like a tiny little fragile dolly made of twigs. She's truly adorable. We can never get to see too much of her. Don't let her get away. Ooh, that's an alarming ending to that post. One more post, one more little treat for you here. Another guy talking about his fantasy was that an out-of-shape, fat, unattractive woman is willing to do anything to be beautiful, turning her life over to a strip club manager or porn producer who locks her in a room with exercise equipment, feeds her meth, fluids and a small amount of protein, and uses Pavlovian conditioning so she gets fairly buff. He finally finds a drug that basically slowly transfers all the flesh off her body to her boobs, but it turns out there is no way to stop or reverse the effect until, near death, she is almost pure skeleton, let's say thinner than any of our models, with breasts so immense that she has to lie on her side to stop her tiny rib cage and heart from being crushed by the weight. I was young and pure back then when I had this fetish. Having read a few million words of porn since, I'd now end with him alone in her hospital room, fondling her gargantuan breasts, stroking her bones, then burying his dick within her massive cleavage while fingering her until she has one incredibly pleasurable organ that wears out her heart for good. I know, I'm a sick bastard. Well, at least you accept it. At least you do. But so yeah, this guy, he likes extreme emaciation, but he also likes boobs, which is a difficult combo to put together. So yes, there we go. The world of anorexia fetishists and what goes on inside their forums and outside of their forums, given this is, as I say, going on in the real world. They are organising photo shoots. They are booking severely anorexic girls to come and be photoed by them, potentially while a bunch of them spank the monkey in front of them over how bony they are, probably moaning and groaning all sorts of horrible things. urging them to sit in positions that, obviously you can tell from the clip comment that some of these girls are completely naked, literally like doing the whole spam butterfly, literally, you know, porn position naked, which is gonna be very uncomfortable for anyone anorexic, I would say. Like, finding an anorexic nymphomaniac like these people seem to want, good luck with that, because, you know, your whole body does shut down. Your body shuts down unnecessary things like your menstrual cycle and like your sex drive. You don't have a sex drive. Everything dries up. Sorry to get graphic, but everything dries up. You're basically menopausal, and you have no interest in sex. So to have these dudes extremely explicitly sexualizing you, I can't even imagine what that would do to a girl. But anyone out there watching, on the off chance was ever one of their models or knew one of their models, I would be fascinated to know what that did to your or their head, and whether you/they ever managed to recover after that shit, and whether you ever had like a huge battle to get your photos taken down, which I guess you would, because any photographer is going to make you sign away the rights, particularly on a forum like this. Those photos are going to be there forever. That's horribly fucked up. And that Blue Mag dude with the cutesy terms, you know, this oh it's so sad, oh poor girl, and yet, like, and that comment about never let her get away, oh my god, creepy. If they're this creepy and this is their fetish, that the only girls they can get it off for are like down to these weights that are basically impossible, they've got to be manipulative, right? If that's what you're into, and you know that those girls are not interested in sex, they're not functional, if you want to get one into bed, you've got to be severely manipulative, if not outright freaking kidnap them. It's all very scary. You know, the more I think about it, and the more I think about the knock-on effects, the scarier it is. And the fact that one of these motherfuckers was up in my social media as a social media friend, and the fact that my name is mentioned on this forum, because I know for a fact that at least one of these dudes infiltrated our forum back in the day, so just getting my own back, because he's one who is amazing at Photoshop. He likes to Photoshop women emaciated. If you've seen a picture, I'm not going to try and find it and put it up because it's quite triggering, but if you've seen a picture of what looks like a runway model standing side on, having her makeup or her clothing retouched, and she is like emaciated, and you've seen this and gone, oh, the modeling agency is so messed up, that is one of this guy. Omar is the name he goes by. Omar's Photoshops. He is brilliant at Photoshop. He has tricked so many people. I got him to Photoshop me emaciated back in like 2002 or something, 2001, when I was 16. He's still doing it. And yes, he has Photoshopped poor old Eugenia into a very convincing nude picture. And he, like he tends to do, he tried to pass it off as being real. He said, I got a screenshot of when she accidentally walked into the room topless with the webcam streaming, and it's her in her room, and she's like wearing either nothing or just a pair of pants. And it's convincing, dude. Like, if it went viral, it would go viral because it's convincing. It's that convincing. So, and I know that that guy was in our forum because I remember him being around. And the thing is, the really sick thing is that in those days of the early forum, when most of the girls were teenagers, having this guy around who was so hot for all of us, we found that flattering as fuck. We really did. Like, I think particularly the younger anorexic girls, like, you are very impressionable. You do have very low self-esteem. At that point, you're usually fighting your parents as well on your eating disorder. So to meet this guy who's like, you can do this as much as you like. I'm not going to stop you. I think you look beautiful. I think you should do whatever you like, whatever makes you happy. A lot of girls are going to fall for that and go for it and think this is great, this is freedom, he really cares about me, he really understands. No, he doesn't, he's just sick. That's all. And he's not going to want you to get better, ever. No, he doesn't. He's just so, yeah, the more you think about it, the darker it gets. But anyway, this was a sick fucking video. I strongly suggest you go and debrief with something jolly and lighthearted. But seriously, too many girls are not aware when they're putting their photos online. They're not aware where those photos are going to end up, and they're not aware of these people who are friend adding them due to their skinny picture. They're not just anorexic girls admiring you. They are these people doing this. So now you know. But anyway, if there are any other eating disorder topics you would like me to tackle, or if you have any more info about any of this stuff, then please dump that below. I'm intrigued. But anyway, over and out. This was quite gruesome. I feel quite shaky and gross, and I need to just debrief too right now. So over and out. Goodbye. Hope you're okay. Debrief too right now. So over and out. Goodbye. Hope you're okay.
Hey everybody, how's it going? I hope you're having a lovely day. Today I'd like to go over a directive from the EU that was voted on, over 500 in favor and under 10 against. So it seems to be pretty popular and it has a good chance of actually being put into law. This is about removable batteries on consumer electronics and appliances. Back in my day, again, I'm old enough to remember when this was not considered repair. This channel goes over repair a lot, but this was not repair. Replacing the battery on your device was basic maintenance. You would take off the back of a device using usually your fingernails or a Phillips screwdriver, do this. You would put the new batteries in, you would shut it with a standard screwdriver, and there you go. Nowadays, you have devices that are glued together and adhesed together, so you have to use a hot plate and old denim wire and cut up your hands and specialized tools to get the back cover off. 50% chance you're going to break it, and then you got to take the battery out, which is also glued in after you've already dealt with the glued on back. And it's just a royal pain in the ass for people that don't want to spend a bunch of money on tools to try to do it properly or just to replace a battery. And every single device that comes out has their own specific proprietary way of gluing everything together, and it's just everything is kind of put together like a booby trap now. So I'm old enough to remember when this was not a repair, but maintenance. And I'm also old enough to remember that society seems to have this collective amnesia regarding water resistance. There was an article going over this where it said that one needs to be aware that incorporating easily removable backs will mean these handsets will lose water resistance unless a well-thought-out design is undertaken. Again, selective amnesia for devices like the Samsung S5, which is IP67, or the Sony XP10, which is IP68. This device is IP68 with a user-removable battery. Either way, let's dig into this directive. I'd like to read from the source material and go from there. Article 11. Removability and replaceability of portable batteries. Portable batteries incorporated in appliances shall be readily removable and replaceable by the end user or by independent operators during the lifetime of the appliance, if the batteries have a shorter lifetime than the appliance, or at the latest at the end of the lifetime of the appliance. The battery is readily replaceable where, after its removal from an appliance, it can be substituted by a similar battery without affecting the functioning or the performance of that appliance. And the TLDR for the rest of this very dry 130-page document is that they would like to draw up guidance on the removability and replaceability of portable batteries and support that guidance so that companies have an idea of what is going to be expected of them and how to comply with this piece of legislation. So let's dig into it. Firstly, what do I think of this legislation? Am I for it or am I against it? I'm honestly sad that we've gotten to a point where you actually need this legislation to begin with and where this is even being discussed. Many people who tend to be more libertarian or anarcho-capitalist leaning will say that this is stupid because the market has chosen, the market has won, people do not want phones with removable batteries, and while I tend to lean libertarian in some cases myself, I also think that that argument in some way is bullshit because it's one of these false dichotomies of choice where you technically have choice, it's just the choices themselves are utter garbage. So you can say that customers chose this, and one of the reasons I dislike that framing is because they'll say it like, customers actually like this. They want this. This is giving people what they want, when the reality is a little bit more nuanced than that. So you had flip phones that had removable batteries, then you had semi-smartphones with removable batteries, and then you had full smartphones with removable batteries. You had an entire array of different smartphones where you could choose the iPhone without a removable battery, and then there were a bunch of other companies that made phones with removable batteries. And people started to get used to having smartphones with removable batteries. They moved up from the flip phone to the smartphone. And then once people got hooked in the smartphone, once they had made it an integral part of their business and their personal lives, once once it was very integrated into the fabric of our business and personal lives, every smartphone manufacturer just kind of, on a whim, took away the removable battery in their smartphones. Virtually every manufacturer has taken away removable batteries in their smartphones. So you're stuck in this weird situation where, okay, you like smartphones, you're used to smartphones, they've been integrated into the fabric of your life. Now you have the choice to either A, F off and deal with a non-user removable battery that you didn't have to deal with before, or B, go back to the Luddite flip. You can choose, after you've gotten used and weaned onto this cool new idea, to and go back to a deal with a smartphone that has a non-user removable battery. But again, to me, that false dichotomy of choice, to the libertarian lolcowish argument of, yes, users want this. They love the non-removable battery. They praise the non-removable battery. I think for a large majority of people, they liked smartphones, they got used to smartphones, and they were not aware that every single smartphone company was planning to take away the user removable battery. The second thing that I want to go over here is, again, this false dichotomy that this is necessary for liquid resistance. I very much so like liquid resistant smartphones. I remember having a BlackBerry Curve 8330 and then a BlackBerry Storm. The BlackBerry Curve 8330 was one of the worst devices I've ever used. If you washed your hands and you dried it, but there was still a little bit of dampness on your finger, and you typed into that phone, it rebooted and it never turned on again. Those devices, for people who did liquid damage repair for a living, they were a way to literally print money. It wasn't something like the liquid seal had broken or this person dumped it into the ocean or something. Literally typing on that phone with a moist fingertip killed it. Again, like, I'm smiling because my first Crest ultrasonic cleaner just paid for itself within 2 weeks off of people with Blackberries that were just typing on them with heads that were mildly wet. Like, it could rain outside. You have this phone in your pocket and it dies. I understand that liquid resistance is important. It is, and I value it in my electronics. That being said, there is this crazy selective amnesia we have. It's almost like somebody from the manufacturers came out with Will Smith's thing from Red and Black and did this to make us completely forget that it is possible to design a device that is liquid resistant that also has a user removable battery. These have existed for a very long time. Now, in this article that is talking about this, it says that these devices will lose their water resistance unless a well-thought-out design is undertaken. And point taken, one of the things I go over on this channel a lot is that devices are not really very well designed anymore. I mean, there's a lot of design flaws that exist in new devices that didn't exist in old ones, and they seem to just not get fixed 4 or 5 or 6 years later. In the cases of some companies we're not going to name here that like to put a 50-volt power line next to a 1.7-volt data line on a non-liquid resistant connector that's right on the edge of a case that goes straight to a CPU. But in all seriousness, you can have liquid resistance. The next thing I hear is that devices are all going to look like absolute garbage if they have a back that is removable, rather than the sleek sexiness of the device that I have here. I don't understand. So you have a phone like this, it's the Pixel 6 Pro. You have to have a case on it because the thing has no bezel and a very cheap feeling back that's going to crack if you drop it from 2 feet. It gets fingerprints on it everywhere, so you put a case on it anyway because the back is going to look ugly and filled with fingerprints because of the material they use now, unlike the material that they used to use that would not get fingerprints on it. It used to have these textured backs like what you have in the Moto G, which is 1/4 the cost of this thing that was made a long time ago. You can do this and get no fingerprints on it versus this where it gets fingerprints the moment you pick it up. This phone's back, again, is not very durable, and so it's going to crack easily if you drop it, which is why you put it in the case. After you put it in the case, you can't even see the back of the phone anyway, so why do people care? Crack easily if you drop it, which is why you put it in the case. After you put it in the case, and it's not like we didn't have good-looking phones back in the day. Anybody remember this HTC Sensation 4G? This was a sexy-ass phone, man. This thing was a classy product, and it had a user-removable back. When you put this phone in your hand, it feels like premiumly handled aluminum. Not aluminum. I know that Dave Jones watches this channel from time to time. It felt really good. Very well-made device, and it had a user-removable battery. Yes, the S5, okay, fine. Like, the back of it was cheap shit. But it doesn't have to be cheap shit. That was Samsung making an individual design decision there. And the next thing there is when I read the arguments that are made in favor of this, it's very difficult for me to tell if this is astroturfing or just people actually losing their mind. One comment that I read said, and I quote, "Serviceable batteries, yes, but don't make it easy to open the phone up. The only reason I'm replying to you on this device is because the person who stole it was unable to power it off or pull the battery out when I used Find My Device ringer to locate it. If you can pull the battery out, the stolen device is instantly gone. Adios." That's not the first time that I've read this argument. This is not the first time I've read this argument, and it really does make me wonder. Are we living in a society that is completely, fundamentally brain damaged? Or is this a sincere astroturfing campaign? It's hard for me to believe that sane, rational people are arguing that you should not be able to replace the battery in your products easily. It should be difficult to do that, so that if a thief comes up on you, holds you up with a knife, that you should be able to shut down the device instantly rather than that thief instantly throw the battery out. Because thieves exist, we need to make the maintenance of every device in the country as difficult as humanly possible, as aggravating as humanly possible, so that you have a chance to find your phone quicker if somebody steals it. As aggravating as humanly possible. Because I'm confident the type of person that types this is the type of person that walks around locked and loaded, ready to follow the person that stole their phone, walk up to them and say, "Give it back or else." Yeah, right, Batman. Seriously? Seriously? That's the argument that people are making. So we've heard liquid resistance, which is from selective amnesia, because we had liquid resistant devices, and we still do, that have user removable batteries. We've heard the argument that, again, it's going to make the phone look bad because we didn't have any sort of premium smartphone designs 10 or 12 years ago, which I believe is untrue. And again, these designs suck. Hold the Pixel 6 Pro in your hand, man. This phone feels cheaper than an HTC Sensation from 12 years ago. And thirdly, again, these types of arguments. It's hard for me to believe that these are real. While I've tended to be neutral on this type of legislation, it's really hard for me to understand the people that actively argue against it, that say, yes, I want it to be as hard as possible to replace the one part on my device that's damn near guaranteed to die in 2 or 3 years. The one part that, regardless of how well I treat my device and how well I baby it, is guaranteed chemically to die in a specified period of time. That's the part that I want to be as hard to replace as possible, and I don't want you to make it easier for me. Don't you dare demand that things be like they were just a few years ago and you could replace the batteries on liquid-resistant devices that you own. That's insane. Even as somebody who's been neutral on this, it really is insane to read all of the comments that you'll see from people that are actually arguing for the right to be abused. Why? Why? Some people have said that when the battery is glued into the phone, it is more sleek, because this is not a sleek device, which, I mean, again, I get it, it's 12 years old, but even by 12-year-old standards, it's a pretty damn sleek-looking phone. This doesn't take effect until 2027, and I'm very curious how this is going to work. If this is implemented, which I do think there's a good chance of it being implemented, 500 to less than 10 votes on this, are they going to make separate phones for the EU? Or are they going to open up the design for the rest of the world? That's a really interesting question. I'm very curious to see where this goes. Because me personally, again, I am not a person that's going to be simping saying, yes, lock me down harder. Make it harder for me to maintain my stuff. And I don't believe that manufacturers are gluing the battery in solely because they think that this is going to force people to get a new phone. But it's just one of those death by 1,000 cuts kind of things where lots of people are very consumeristic. They look at new toys, they want new toys, and we have a way in our society to justify using our brain what our heart wants. So our heart says, I want the new toy. Your heart says, I want a new $80,000 truck. So what you do in your brain is you say, well, I get 15 miles a gallon on my current truck, and that one gets 20 miles a gallon. So in the long run, I'm not technically making a proper decision by buying a new truck, when in reality, you would have to drive that thing 800,000 miles for the difference in efficiency to actually pay itself back. Since moving to Texas, I feel qualified to say this. If your truck payment is higher than your house payment, you might just be my neighbor. I think people do this with their devices. They say, you know, well, this one's kind of looking a little beat up, and well, you know, the battery's close to dead, and I might as well get a new one because it's going to be so hard to replace the battery. And it's just one of those things where when you make it easier to replace the battery, when you make it easy to spend $5 to $20 and just pop it in 20 seconds, it removes that excuse that furthers the consumeristic instinct that lives within us all to buy crap that we don't need, to go into debt for things that we don't want, to impress people that we don't like. And I don't think that something that suppresses that instinct while simultaneously allowing us to reuse and fix things in an easier way than what we're doing now is a bad thing. That's my take on it. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. That's it for today, and as always, I hope you learned something. Is a bad thing. That's my take on it. Let me know what you
In
think.
2003, Simon Baron-Cohen, a clinical psychologist at the University of Cambridge, claimed that Albert Einstein had autism. Elon Musk has said he has Asperger's syndrome, and if you ask Google, you'll find many lists of famous people who supposedly have autism, usually with the preamble, though he was never diagnosed. It's been attributed to Mark Zuckerberg, Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, and Eminem, none of whom ever said anything to deny or confirm it. What's going on? Why does everyone suddenly have autism? How is it different from Asperger's syndrome? What does neurodivergent mean? And what is internalized ableism? Am I autistic? That's what we'll talk about today. And what is internalized ableism? First things first, what is autism? The term autism was introduced in 1911 by the Swiss psychiatrist Eugen Bleuler. He used it to describe what he believed to be a childhood version of schizophrenia. The term autism alludes to the Greek word autos, which he believed to be a childhood version of schizophrenia. The term autism alludes to the Greek word autos, which In 2003, Simon Baron-Cohen, a clinical psychologist at the University of Cambridge, claimed that Albert Einstein had autism. Elon Musk has said he has Asperger's syndrome. And if you ask Google, you'll find many lists of famous people who supposedly have autism, usually with the preamble, though he was never diagnosed. It's been attributed to Mark Zuckerberg, Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, and Eminem, none of whom ever said anything to deny or confirm it. What's going on? Why does everyone suddenly have autism? How is it different from Asperger's syndrome? What does neurodivergent mean? And what is internalized ableism? Am I autistic? That's what we'll talk about today. And what is internalized ableism? First things first, what is autism? The term autism was introduced in 1911 by the Swiss psychiatrist Eugen Bleuler. He used it to describe what he believed to be a childhood version of schizophrenia. The term autism alludes to the Greek word autos, which means self, a word that Bleuler used because the children seemed to be detached from reality and withdrawn into their inner world, even though they didn't have smartphones back then. Autism was later recognized as a condition independent from schizophrenia. Today, the diagnosis of autism includes learning difficulties, especially with language and speech, trouble with verbal and non-verbal communication, avoiding eye contact, repetitive movements, specialized and often obsessive interests or behaviors, difficulties with emotional control, and extreme reactions to stimuli, such as light, touch, or noise. Autistic people also sometimes have unusual abilities, such as a remarkable memory for facts, numbers, or visual details, or doing mental arithmetic. This combination of cognitive problems and abilities is the reason why some autistic people were once regarded idiots savants. However, the word idiot has drifted in meaning since then and is now considered an insult, so the condition has been renamed to savant syndrome. Most people had probably never heard of autism until Dustin Hoffman introduced it to the world in 1988 with the movie Rain Man. The movie was inspired by Kim Peek, one of the most famous savants ever. But, plot twist, while Peek had originally been diagnosed with autism, in 2008 a group of doctors studied MRI images of his brain and concluded that he wasn't autistic but most likely had FG syndrome, a genetic condition linked to abnormalities of the X chromosome. In 1943, the Austrian pediatrician Hans Asperger described a group of children who had difficulties with social interactions and communication, like autistic people, but who did not have the same troubles with language and cognitive function. This high-functioning autism became later called Asperger's syndrome. Fast forward 70 years and psychologists decided that there is no clear distinction between Asperger's syndrome and autism, and the term high-functioning autism is neither useful nor descriptive. Instead, there is an entire spectrum of symptoms with expressions that greatly vary. This is why the term Asperger's syndrome is no longer in use today. It's now called autism spectrum disorder, ASD for short. ASD subsumes both Asperger's syndrome, autism, and some other developmental disorders. Why Elon Musk referred to a retired expression like Asperger's is anyone's guess. Maybe he spends too much time with this old people app called Twitter. Besides the previously mentioned difficulties with language, social interactions, emotional control, and repetitive behavior, studies have found that ASD is correlated with anxiety, sleep problems, seizures, and an elevated risk of gastrointestinal problems. Symptoms of ASD are usually diagnosed in early childhood and persist throughout life, though they can improve or get worse. The spectrum of the disorder does not refer to the strength of the symptoms, but rather their variety. How strong the symptoms are is measured separately by 3 different levels, which indicate how much support the person needs. 1 is the lowest level, 3 the highest. Of course, no one likes to use a clunky term like autism spectrum disorder, which is why most people still refer to it as just autism. To avoid confusion, what was previously called autism is now often called classical autism. The other expression that has taken hold for having autism spectrum disorder is being on the spectrum, though I now think they should have called it quantum autism. Several studies have shown that the brains of children with ASD develop differently than those of most children, and that this difference is often visible in brain scans before the onset of symptoms. For example, a 2017 paper in Nature found that in ASD children, some parts of the brain grow noticeably faster than average, and that this growth is linked to the severity of social difficulties. Other studies have shown that, compared to the average person, people with ASD have significantly fewer connections between parts of the brain that are used for social interactions, and instead more local connections in regions associated with sensory control. These properties can be inferred from brain scans before the age of 2. How common is autism spectrum disorder? The worldwide prevalence of ASD is about 1%, but in high-income countries some estimates say the rate is higher. For example, a 2018 review by researchers from the UK found that ASD prevalence in England and North America is between 2.4 and almost 10%, depending on region. According to the American Center for Disease Control, about 1 in 36 children in the United States were diagnosed with ASD in 2020. Probably quite a few of you who are watching this video are autistic. I'm afraid I have nothing whatsoever new to tell you. The number for ASD diagnoses has increased substantially over the past 2 decades. In 2000, it was only 1 in 150 children who were diagnosed in the US. This means the number has increased by almost a factor of 5 in 20 years. The increase in the UK has been even faster, almost a factor 8 in the same period. The major reason for this is higher awareness and better screening. At the same time, the fraction of those severely affected by ASD is dropping. In the 1980s, more than two-thirds of people diagnosed with autism also had an intellectual disability. By 2018, the fraction of ASD children in the US classified with an intellectual disability, that's an IQ below 70, was 31%. This decrease of the fraction of those with severe disability is also likely due to the enhanced awareness and screening, which picks up on the less obvious cases. At the moment, there are about 4 times more men than women diagnosed with ASD. The reasons for this are not well understood. Several studies have shown that young girls are less likely to be diagnosed with ASD because they're better at hiding symptoms, a strategy that's referred to as masking. Masking includes copying facial expressions and social behavior, or memorizing a repertoire of answers to questions that'll be accepted as normal enough. While masking might help girls with social integration, it can cause other mental health problems such as depression, anxiety, and low self-esteem. In later life, ASD in girls might get covered up by conditions such as eating disorders or OCD. Girls might also be more successful at masking because their social environment makes it easier. For example, a 2017 paper by American researchers observed 96 elementary school children, half of which with ASD. They found that ASD girls weaved in and out of social activities in loose groups, making it hard for anyone to tell whether they integrated well. Boys, on the other hand, tended to play organized games, and the ASD boys just played alone, so they stood out much more obviously. How much of the sex difference in ASD diagnosis is due to masking is presently unclear. What is clear, however, is that diagnosing girls requires other methods than those used for boys. ASD is normally diagnosed in childhood below the age of 5, especially now that doctors look for symptoms during regular childhood screening. However, this is a fairly recent development. The increasing awareness of the condition has also resulted in larger numbers of people being diagnosed later in life because they fell through the cracks as children. Still, it can take a long time, sometimes years, to get a diagnosis. It's a problem because the lack of diagnosis can make it more difficult to cope. A study done in the UK estimated that 10% of suicide victims had signs of undiagnosed autism. A study done in the UK estimated that 10% of suicide victims had signs of undiagnosed autism. Later in life because they fell through the cracks as children. Still, it can take a long time, sometimes years, to get a diagnosis. It's a problem because the lack of diagnosis can make it more difficult to cope. A study done in the UK estimated that 10% of suicide victims had signs of undiagnosed autism. What causes it? Classical autism was originally believed to be a psychological condition that results from poor parenting. This idea was pushed in particular by the psychiatrist Leo Kanner. He argued that the leading cause of autism was the refrigerator mother who didn't love her child as she should have. We now know that ASD is not the fault of maternal temperatures, but an unusual variation of neurodevelopment with a strong hereditary component. That is, children of people with ASD are considerably more likely to also have it. Different studies have put the probability at about 40 to 80%. Part of the difficulty of pinning the number down is that ASD has so many different facets, there are loads of genes involved, and quite possibly some aspects of it are more, others less hereditary. Some environmental factors also seem to play a role. For example, some studies have found a link between obesity or diabetes of the mother and ASD of the child. Though the increase in the odds ratio is not large, and as it's often the case with studies like this, it's difficult to infer causation from a correlation because there could be underlying causes linking both. A 2016 meta-analysis by a group of Chinese researchers looked at the link between the age of the parents and the chance of the child to have ASD. They took into account 27 studies with a total of almost 67,000 cases and found a clear correlation, especially with the age of the father. Per every increase of 10 years in maternal and paternal age, they found an associated 18% and 21% higher risk of ASD, respectively. We've also learned about a few things that do not cause it, other than cold mums. For example, vaccines. In 1998, an anti-vaccine activist managed to publish a fraudulent paper in The Lancet claiming that measles vaccines cause autism. He was struck off the medical register and the paper was retracted. If you're watching this channel, you probably don't need to be told, but vaccines don't cause autism. They don't cause autism spectrum disorder either. To name just one example, a 2014 meta-analysis summarized 10 different studies and found no evidence of a relation between vaccination and ASD. Other things that don't cause ASD are cesarean sections, in vitro fertilization, plastic wrappers, bacterial infections, and watching YouTube. ASD is a lifelong condition. There's no cure and there's no medication. However, early diagnosis and intervention with suitably targeted programs can greatly improve life satisfaction, and medication as well as psychotherapy can be used to deal with some of the symptoms. Currently, the treatment focus is on psychological and social support for ASD children and their families. Some young autistic people don't speak at all and can benefit from using picture cards or speech-generating devices. Targeted programs that are started as early as possible can improve attention, language development, social engagement, and can reduce the severity of symptoms later in life. The most successful of these programs are those which include parents and schools, because much of it comes down to other people understanding triggers and trying to avoid them. For example, children with ASD might be bad at rapidly switching between tasks or be unable to read nonverbal clues, both of which can be avoided to a large degree. They also often use repetitive motion, such as rocking or hand flapping, to calm themselves down, a behavior referred to as stimming. Asking them to stop is exactly the wrong thing to do. Those are some examples where awareness among other people can really make a big difference. There are also some medications to treat co-occurring symptoms like irritability, agitation, anxiety, or depression, and some might benefit from cognitive behavioral therapy. However, there is no one-size-fits-all approach because the symptoms of ASD are so varied. According to the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, autism spectrum disorder is a mental health disorder. However, a lot of people with ASD and other conditions that have traditionally been labeled disorders feel that description is inappropriate. Just because they're not typical doesn't mean there's something wrong with them. The term that many of them prefer is that they are neurodiverse as opposed to neurotypical. The term neurodiverse refers to a group, whereas an individual would be described as neurodivergent. Neurodiversity includes not just ASD, but also attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, dyslexia, and a few other conditions. The term neurodiversity was coined in the late 1990s by the Australian sociologist Judy Singer, loosely based on the expression biodiversity. She saw it as an extension of social justice movements that had given women and homosexuals rights they should have had all along. Singer argued that neurodivergent people had not been given their rightful place in society either, and it was about time to stop pathologizing them. The neurodiversity movement weaved together with the American social justice movement and developed an extremist part. By 2013, some neurodiversity advocates wrote that autism and ADHD are the result of normal natural variation in the human genome. By 2019, some said that the real problem is the dominant ableist culture of society that sets standards for what it means to be normal. An ableist is someone who believes that typical abilities are superior. If you're neurodivergent but have internalized ableism, you may mistakenly blame yourself for the challenges you face, when in fact the problem lies with the societal barriers and discrimination that make it harder for neurodivergent people to thrive. Some of them have put the idea of treating autism on the same level as the idea of treating homosexuality. For example, Autism Speaks is a charitable organization with the stated goal of creating an inclusive world for all individuals with autism throughout their lifespan. They partnered with Google on a project called Missing to develop a database to identify genetic variants of autism. On their website, they described the project's mission as to identify many subtypes of autism with the goal of developing more personalized and effective treatments. 2 years ago, the project was decried by some people on Twitter as eugenics, the Nazi doctrine of cleaning society from genetically inferior groups, which back then included disabled and autistic people. It seems to me that these tweets attacking the Missing project were severely misrepresenting what the project website stated. Nevertheless, Autism Speaks, which I remind you is a charitable organization that supports autistic people, has been labeled a hate group by some activists. This extreme position seems to be held by a small group that is vocal on Twitter, and I don't think it's representative for the neurodiversity community as a whole, but it's clearly a sentiment that exists. Fast forward to 2023, and TikTok is full of teenagers celebrating their neurodiversity, some of them self-diagnosed. Now you might say there's nothing wrong with teenagers wanting to feel good about themselves, and I fully agree. The neurodiversity movement has a point. Our world is built for typical people, and typical people are often not mindful of those who are less typical. In most cases, I think not so much because typical people are actively mean, but passively careless. If you're too tall or too short, too loud or too quiet or too anything really, you'll have trouble fitting in. Some people's brains don't work like yours, but that doesn't mean they are the problem. The problem might be that you're not making the necessary effort trying to understand them. Paying attention to those outside a standard deviation of the average makes their lives easier and enriches our society. That sounds all well and good. Problem is that most neurodivergent people you see on TikTok are those well enough to produce TikToks. And in contrast to being queer or female, ASD can in severe cases significantly impair a person's ability to live independently. This is why the neurodiversity movement has seen somewhat of a backlash in recent years, primarily from caregivers of people with level 3 ASD, who feel like talking about internalized ableism doesn't help. For example, the London-based neurobiologist Moab Constandi has written an article for Eon titled Against Neurodiversity, in which he draws attention to a worrying trend of romanticizing autism that has extended to other conditions that can be severe, debilitating and life-threatening, such as depression and schizophrenia. He writes that the idea that autism is a variation of normal is at odds with scientific understanding of the condition, and that in their zealous pursuit of autistic rights, some advocates have become authoritarian and militant, harassing and bullying anyone who dares to portray autism negatively or expresses a desire for treatment or cure. Tom Clements, who is autistic himself, wrote in an opinion piece in The Guardian that many now self-identify as autistic as though autism were a fashion label rather than a debilitating disorder, and that such an attitude has led to the marginalization of autistic people who, by virtue of their disability, are unable to speak and rely on others to do so on their behalf. Some neurodivergent people have pushed back, pointing out that Clements used the term high functioning to refer to himself, and that such functioning labels should not be used because they suggest some people with ASD do not need help. Others complained that Clemens is a very active troll who spends a lot of time misrepresenting the neurodiversity movement, and that he accuses autistic people of not actually being autistic. I didn't know anything about this when I started making this video. I was just trying to understand the symptoms of autism and had no idea the topic had become so controversial. But I hope that this rundown helps you make a little sense of what's going on. In summary, autism spectrum disorder is a mental health condition that subsumes what was previously called autism and Asperger's syndrome. It's more common than you might think, affecting more than 1 in 100 people. Most of them are able to live a fairly normal life, but face challenges, especially at work and in social interactions. Many of them prefer to refer to themselves as neurodivergent and try to raise awareness for the challenges they are facing. But the neurodiversity movement has been criticized for trivializing the problems of those most severely affected. I've been accused several times of being autistic or having Asperger's syndrome. It normally comes after a long list of complaints about how I'm rude and arrogant, talk like a robot, am about as empathetic as a brick and similarly spontaneous, but considerably less social. Luckily, there's an online self-test you can do for this, so let's see how neurodivergent I am. Here we go. Your autism spectrum symptoms are high. I think that's wrong. I'm really just rude or German, but then I repeat myself. What do you think about neurodiversity? Are you autistic yourself or have autistic children? Let us know in the comments. I've often wished I could collect all news on one topic and see where it's been covered and who put what spin on it. And I've now found a way to do exactly this. It's a website and app called Ground News, and they've been sponsoring this video. Ground News is a news platform that provides you with a lot of extra information that you don't find in the standard media. Let's take as an example the recent news about calls on the government of British Columbia to fully fund mental health screening for neurodivergent children. You just enter the search term here, pick the relevant item, and you'll see right away that the story is of high factuality and leans heavily to the left. Ground News also has this interesting feature which they call blind spot. It shows you news which has been covered almost exclusively by one side of the political spectrum and been ignored by the other. Ground News is an independent news platform with a mission to make the media landscape more transparent. It works both on the web and comes with a phone app. Ground News was founded in 2018 by a former NASA engineer, and I really think they're onto something. Ground News will help you stay fully informed on breaking news, compare coverage and avoid media bias. And of course, we do have a special offer for viewers of this channel. If you use our link ground.news/Sabine, you'll get 30% off the Vantage plan. This discount ends on May 24th, so go and check this out. Thanks for watching. See you next week. This discount ends on May 24th, so go and check this out. Thanks for watching. See you next week.
So let's talk a little bit about ADHD. So ADHD when you are passionate about what you're doing. I've been working on this project for 10 hours straight. I've accomplished in one day what would take a normal person an entire week. Nothing can stop me. I'm a god. And ADHD when you aren't passionate about what you're doing. Washing dish is very hard, right? So this is like a pretty funny meme. I think that part of the reason that these memes get made and the reason that they propagate, right, and get a bunch of upvotes is because people can really identify with this experience. So a lot of people with ADHD will be aware that their attention can sometimes get hyper-focused on a particular thing. And if that thing happens to be something good for them, they can really do an awesome job. Like if they can get super caught up in particular things, learn a lot about stuff, like get super into crypto, for example, and then read crypto stuff for 10 hours and learn a ton about crypto. And then the challenge though is that it's not really your choice what you choose to hyper-focus on. And so it feels a little bit like a roll of the dice where if it's a good thing to get hyper-focused on, that's awesome, right? And then we're over here on the left. And if it's not a good thing to focus on, then you kind of wind up on the right. So we're going to talk a little bit about this phenomenon, but before we do, I want to share actually a post, which we're not going to go over the whole thing because it's relatively long, but I think that it's actually like a really good post. So someone in our community a few days ago mentioned that they had serious concerns about your ADHD is actually an advantage video. And so, you know, they go on to sort of talk a lot about myths, some of which I kind of talk about. They also cite, you know, Dr. Russell Barkley, who's an expert on ADHD. And so they're sort of sharing some of the concerns about the ways that we represent ADHD or we talk about ADHD. For what it's worth, I kind of responded to the post and stuff like that. And some of the things that I sort of said about some of the other videos, and I sort of said, I completely understand your criticism. For what it's worth, we're going to be like revisiting, or we've already started the process of revisiting how we title our videos. So that feedback has been really, really useful because I think this person had a super, super valid point. And so hopefully as a result of this feedback, you know, we'll improve and therefore we'll be able to help more people. So we're always open to feedback for people who are sort of telling us, hey, we think you should be doing this better. And we have concerns about this and this. And as long as it sort of supports the mission of what we're trying to accomplish at HG, we're more than happy to receive it. In fact, we depend on it, right? That's how we've gotten to where we are today, is based on the feedback of the people that support the work that we do. So, then part of what this kind of comes down to is there's this idea that, if we kind of go back to this meme, that like, if you have ADHD and you're passionate about something, and if you get kind of like into something, that you can spend 10 hours straight doing it. So this is where it's really important to remember that ADHD is a diagnosis of disordered attention. Right? So disordered attention, what most people think of with ADHD is that you can't focus on a particular thing and that your mind is very distractible and wanders. But when we talk about disordered attention, and this is really common, I remember talking especially to parents who have adolescent kids who, when I mentioned ADHD as a potential diagnosis, the parents would be super surprised. And they're like, well, you know, our kid can like sit down and read comic books for like 8 hours straight. So if he's capable of doing that, like, doesn't that mean it's not ADHD? And so ADHD is disordered attention. And what we mean by disordered attention is not only that you can't force your mind to focus on what you want it to, and instead it gets distracted, but the opposite is also true, which I think we've mentioned several times on stream, is that sometimes you get stuck on a particular thing and you can't shake that thought when it's really a good idea to shake that thought. And at the same time, we also have, you know, some interesting perspectives on this. So like, here's an example of, so the person thankfully, you know, mentioned Russell Barkley, and I was somewhat familiar with his work, but as a consequence of the poster's feedback, so I looked at a lot more of his work. And I kind of, I want to share with y'all a quote from Russell Barkley, or I think, can we watch YouTube or does it get banned? We can watch YouTube, right? So here's Russell
There's
Barkley
also
talking.
another popular phrase in some of the adult ADHD trade books. Adults with ADHD are good at hyperfocusing. This too is mythology. Hyperfocusing is actually perseveration. You are unable to interrupt what you're doing when you should have shifted to doing something else. It is like the child who continues to play the video game long after they should have been getting dressed for school and out to the bus. You want to call that hyperfocusing, that's fine, but that is a classic sign of a frontal lobe injury, and it is perseverative responding. You should have stopped what you're doing, and you didn't. There were other, more important goals to have been accomplished, and you ignored them. This is no gift. It is, in fact, a symptom of this disorder. Hyperfocusing goes with autism. Perseveration goes with ADHD. A symptom of this disorder. Hyperfocusing goes with
There's a little bit of a context there, which is I think he's answering a question about the difference between perseveration and hyperfocusing. But I think he brings up a really excellent point. And the challenge is that, you know, if you talk to people with ADHD, and I've certainly been in this camp, despite the fact that hyperfocusing is an attribute of a disorder, you're going to have people who have this experience, right? Whatever you call it, this injury/gift has been responsible for every single achievement in my life. And this is also why we have these kinds of memes, because the experience of people with ADHD is for some of those people, the hyperfocusing seems to be an advantage. And as we sort of start to look a little bit at the research, there's some talk about neurodiversity, for example. So like there's a growing movement within the mental health field that some of these things may not be, it's not appropriate to categorize them as illnesses, but this is a situation of neurodiverse versus neurotypical. I have my reservations about some of these concepts, which we'll kind of get to in a second. But, there seems to be like some exploration of what we've traditionally thought of is mental illnesses, and whether some of these mental illnesses can possibly have good effects, right? So we have some experts like Russell Barkley that say that this is hands down kind of the myth of hyperfocus is in a sense false. This is a sign of it's correlated with a frontal lobe injury, which is absolutely correct. So there's a lot of useful stuff that he has to say, but there are different perspectives. So this is a paper that was published in Neuroscience and Behavioral Reviews that sort of examined creativity and ADHD. And was sort of looking at, it was a review that looked at 31 studies and sort of like went over, what is the relationship between ADHD and creativity. And essentially, like, there's a lot of like mixed stuff in here. I think a lot of the conclusions that they come to are somewhat questionable, but there are a few interesting findings from this study. So one is that most studies find evidence for increased divergent thinking for those with high ADHD scores, but not for those with the disorder, clinical. So what does this mean? So we're going to unpack this statement a little bit. So divergent thinking is essentially correlated with or that's how they sort of describe or try to measure creativity. So when I sort of have I'm faced with a particular problem, generally speaking, we tend to approach it a particular way, and people who think divergently will be able to like draw on different kinds of perspectives or think about it in a non-standard way. So this is sometimes used in the literature as a correlation for creativity. And so one of the main findings of this review is that there are people who score highly in terms of ADHD symptoms that don't quite meet a clinical threshold. So we're going to talk a little bit about what that means. But when you sort of cross over into the clinical threshold, the apparent benefits of ADHD aren't really measurable. Another sort of major movement in the realm of ADHD research is sort of this general call for more research opportunities to boost the knowledge needed to better understand the potential positive side of ADHD. And this is something that is not, these are not the only people that are sort of saying this. So this is another paper that sort of looks, this is qualitative research. So these were people that were kind of doing, instead of like administering instruments and stuff like that, they sat down with, I think, just a handful of people, like a really small sample size. And they sort of asked them questions about, like, what is your experience of ADHD, and like, what are some of the advantages, things like that. And so what they sort of discovered is that, there's some amount of divergent thinking or creativity, that there is a hyper-focus element, that there's a cognitive dynamism, which is sort of like a positive thing, like sort of a sense of adventurousness. So this is another example of, some of the research that's sort of starting to explore potential good sides of ADHD. And we'll talk a little bit about, what exactly ADHD is and why there are these disparate perspectives. So there are lots of papers about this kind of stuff. And so, what I'd like to share with you all today is just how I understand ADHD and why I think there are so many different perspectives. So let's start by sort of summarizing what are the different perspectives. So on the one hand, you have people like Russell Barkley, or a lot of clinicians, including myself, sort of, that clearly acknowledge that ADHD is a disorder, right? So like in the field of psychiatry, we diagnose things that are disorders. And by definition, they're sort of impairments of function. Now, the interesting thing is on the other side, we've got people who, so we'll have people on the internet, right? So like the random person, which is not data, it's just like one person's experience, who says it's my ability to hyper-focus that has allowed me to like achieve everything that I have in life. And I've certainly worked with patients who have that perspective as well, where they've really found that kind of getting control of their ADHD and sort of playing to the benefit of their capacity to hyperfocus. There are even some papers, but I really didn't think these were very rigorous, that sort of equate the hyperfocus of ADHD to the flow state, which I think is actually quite different. But there are definitely a lot of people, myself included, who have somewhat ADHD minds. Like, I'm pretty sure that if I was a kid and I ever got evaluated for ADHD, I'm pretty sure that I would have been diagnosed with ADHD. So just thinking through the diagnostic criteria, like, I think I check a lot of those boxes. But I think that I fall under the category of people who are a little bit more subclinical. And so what does that mean? So I think a lot of the reason that we have such a diverse perspective on ADHD is because when we think about ADHD in the Western medical sense, when you think about Western medical diagnosis, it's binary, right? So what we do in psychiatry is, like, we diagnose you or we don't diagnose you. So this is just the structure of our medical field. It's not necessarily true, it's just how we've organized medicine. So if I were to ask you, like, you know, like if we were investigating, like, let's say someone who's passed away, and someone will say, what was the cause of death? And, like, the coroner will say it was a myocardial infarction. It was a heart attack. So this is the kind of thing where, like, in medicine, we tend to label things in a binary way, whether you, like, meet criteria for the disorder or you don't meet criteria for the disorder. Practically, clinically, it's not quite as binary, right? So if you diagnose someone with depression, everyone knows, or major depressive disorder, everyone knows, both patients and clinicians especially, that there's severities of major depressive disorder, right? Not all major depressive disorder are created equally. And similarly with ADHD, I think a big part of this problem is that ADHD is actually a spectrum. It isn't a homogeneous disease that affects people homogeneously. So as a result, like, this is sort of an artificial binary, like, imposement that we're doing on ADHD. And so then what happens is we get disparate perspectives, because we've actually got a bell curve of ADHD symptoms, and people are at different places in terms of the severity of their ADHD, how beneficial their ADHD is, and we'll kind of talk about that in a second. And so I think the simplest reason that we get some of these disparate perspectives is it's not that one person is right and one person is wrong. I think my experience as a clinician has been that, you know, people tend to experience mental health in a very individual way. But that there's actually a perspective, you know, there's a scale of different perspectives. And this is part of the reason that, you know, when I first started talking about ADHD, I talked a lot about Ayurveda, because I had personally found that the Ayurvedic conception of ADHD fit better, was a better fit for people's experiences than actually, like, the Western binary sort of perspective on ADHD. Part of the reason that we've sort of scaled back on our Ayurvedic discussion recently is there was once again another post that offered a lot of really good criticisms about some of the scientific studies we were citing and the low quality of those studies. So I don't know if you all have noticed, but we've sort of taken a step back from Ayurveda. It doesn't mean that we're actually actively revisiting it. So we're sort of looking through the research and really trying to read tons and tons of articles to really figure out, okay, what is it, what can we say, let's, like, sort of scientifically valid, and, like, you know, what is, like, more of our interpretation, which, by the way, I'm totally fine doing, right? So I'm totally fine on stream, and I hope, you know, I make this pretty clear that sometimes what I'm saying is very supported by science, sometimes what I'm saying is more supported by clinical experience, and sometimes what I'm saying is not based on medicine or science at all, but is more personal or spiritual in nature. And I think a lot of the people that appreciate our community are ones that sort of appreciate the spectrum, because there are different ways of looking at things. And so, kind of going back to ADHD, I think the challenge is that there are, you know, a spectrum of different experiences. As a result, people are going to have different perspectives on how impairing ADHD is. And so I think the important thing to kind of remember, there are a few important takeaways. The first is that ADHD is a spectrum. And the part of the reason that, you know, this spectrum exists is because there are some components of ADHD that may be, or of the ADHD spectrum, let's not even call it the ADHD spectrum. So there are components of the attentional spectrum which can be beneficial to human beings. And this is where, even if you look at other illnesses, there are cases where illnesses can form advantages for people. Now, I don't think, for example, that it's necessarily good to have an illness. I think generally speaking, if you get diagnosed with a psychiatric disorder, on balance, that is going to hurt you significantly more than it will help you. That being said, there are some advantages. So for example, when I was working in the Massachusetts General Hospital emergency room, we saw a lot of students from Harvard and MIT, and what we sort of observed is, I don't know if there's published research about this, but talking to people at MIT Health Services and Harvard Health Services, is that the prevalence of type 2 bipolar disorder at Ivy League institutions or very competitive institutions seem to be significantly higher than the average population. And when I talked to these kids who were like, you know, undergrads at MIT, like, they were terrified of getting their bipolar disorder treated. Why is that? Because their bipolar disorder, type 2 bipolar, allowed them to sleep for 2 to 4 hours a night and be able to be like focused and very like action oriented and study a lot and things like that. And a lot of them were actually really reluctant to engage in treatment because they had found some advantages to the way that their bipolar disorder worked. Now, once again, on balance, it was my kind of experience. And generally speaking, you know, I would strongly recommend treatment to these people, because even though there may be particular situations in which a particular mental illness offers an advantage, on the whole, it's like it hurts more than helps. So like, sure, you're sleeping 2 to 4 hours a night for the 2 weeks before finals because you're hypomanic and it helps you do well on your finals. But then for the next 3 months, 6 months, you crash, you go into a deep depression, and your grades the next semester are absolute trash because you crash, you go into a deep depression, and your grades the next semester are absolute trash because advantages. So for example, when I was working in the Massachusetts General Hospital emergency room, we saw a lot of students from Harvard and MIT, and what we sort of observed is, I don't know if there's published research about this, but talking to people at MIT Health Services and Harvard Health Services, is that the prevalence of type 2 bipolar disorder at Ivy League institutions or very competitive institutions seem to be significantly higher than the average population. And when I talked to these kids who were like, you know, undergrads at MIT, like, they were terrified of getting their bipolar disorder treated. Why is that? Because their bipolar disorder, type 2 bipolar, allowed them to sleep for 2 to 4 hours a night and be able to be like focused and very like action oriented and study a lot and things like that. And a lot of them were actually really reluctant to engage in treatment because they had found some advantages to the way that their bipolar disorder worked. Now, once again, on balance, it was my kind of experience. And generally speaking, you know, I would strongly recommend treatment to these people, because even though there may be particular situations in which a particular mental illness offers an advantage, on the whole, it's like it hurts more than helps. So like, sure, you're sleeping 2 to 4 hours a night for the 2 weeks before finals because you're hypomanic and it helps you do well on your finals. But then for the next 3 months, 6 months, you crash, you go into a deep depression, and your grades the next semester are absolute trash because, like, you know, you're depressed. So even though an illness may have particular advantages in particular cases, that on balance, it's been my overwhelming experience as a clinician that you don't really, it's not worth it, essentially. And so kind of the next thing that I want to talk about, so just to review a little bit about what we talked about. So the first is, why is there, you know, why do people share these different perspectives? And that's because I think that, you know, illnesses are not homogenous, right? And depending on who you're talking to and what the experience of that person is, you're going to get sort of different answers. And the second point is that I think there is some evidence that, irrespective of what the mental illness is, that there are some components of those fundamental functions which can be beneficial. So even if we look at something like depression in the default mode network. So one of the hypotheses that I kind of subscribe to is that major depressive disorder involves hyperactivation of this part of our brain called the default mode network. And the default mode network is the part of our brain, it's not really a place, it's a network. So it's not localized to like a particular anatomical region, is responsible for self-reflection. So it gives us the ability to think about ourselves. And when people get depressed, they get stuck thinking about only themselves in a negative way. So it's sort of a hyperactivation of that, but the default mode network is actually a really useful part of our brain. And if we look at what mental illness is, it tends to be that our brain sort of functions a particular way. And then if parts of our brain become hyperactive or hypoactive, or even as a human being, we interact in a particular social circumstance or an environmental circumstance that sort of exposes some of the vulnerabilities of however our brain functions, then we can get diagnosed with a disorder. A good example of this, for example, is that kids are more likely to be diagnosed with ADHD if the ratio of students to teachers in a classroom is bad. So if there's tons of students and very few teachers, you're more likely to diagnose kids with ADHD than if the student-teacher ratio is more favorable, right? So that sort of suggests to us that people will present for psychiatric help. It's not just what's going on in your brain, it's brain plus circumstance. And that theory, by the way, I think is relatively well supported. So when we think a little bit about psychiatric illness, even things like major depressive disorder, oftentimes what we'll find is that there's a genetic predisposition or maybe a family history, and then a particular circumstance triggers the depression, right? So like you were totally fine until the age of 26 when you got fired from your job, and then your partner broke up with you, and then you had to move back home with your parents, and that sort of triggered the depression. Now, did those sort of cause the depression? Sure. But then what happens is like there's an independent neurochemical process which starts in your brain, which may go beyond the circumstances. So then let's say you start dating again and you find a new job and you move out of your parents' place, but you still feel super depressed. That's a good example of separating out, the disease from the general trigger from the disease. Another thing about the research on ADHD is that I think that, as people sort of pointed out when they were kind of, if you look at some of these papers on, creativity and stuff, one of the things that they point out is that research opportunities to boost the knowledge needed to better understand the potential positive side of ADHD, there are almost always calls for, moreover, the sizable prevalence of hyperfocus in adults with high levels of ADHD symptomology leads to the need to study it as a potential separable feature from ADHD. Right, so generally speaking, a lot of people are calling for more research on the positives of ADHD. And why is that? It's because generally speaking, when we look at studying an illness, the first kind of selection bias tends to be towards the sickest people. So another good example of this is like if you look at the research on sociopathy, a lot of the conclusions that we draw on sociopathy are based on populations where you can find and recruit sociopathic individuals. And can anyone guess where is the largest, most consistent population of sociopathic individuals that you can easily recruit for studies? Prisons, right? And so as a result, what we've got in our research is that we're studying like our inclusion criteria and stuff like that, right? Because you've got to think a little bit about the perspective of a researcher. If I want to conduct a study on ADHD, am I more likely to take someone who's definitely got ADHD or someone who's kind of on the border, right? So my inclusion criteria are going to be like relatively strict in terms of like I definitely want people who I know have ADHD because that's how we're going to learn about the illness. And the truth is that somewhere in that middle ground, those people may actually have ADHD, but it's just less of a clear-cut decision. Requires like a full clinical evaluation, which, by the way, when people are recruiting for studies, they don't usually do full clinical evaluations with neuropsych testing and all that kind of stuff, right? So usually like we'll use some kinds of standardized instruments, you fill a couple forms, and if your numbers are super high, you get enrolled in the study. Drug manufacturers, by the way, also do this because there's evidence that shows that, for example, the sicker you are, the more antidepressant medication helps. And so what they'll tend to do is if they want to show a big benefit, if they say that this is going to make your depression, way better, the largest benefits are going to tend to be seen in the sickest number of people. So another simple example of this is, let's say I've got, a 101 fever and a 103 fever, and I take antipyretic medication. In both of those cases, chances are the antipyretic medication is going to break my fever and bring me back down to 98.6. But if I'm a drug manufacturer, I can say that the effect size is way better if I recruit people who are like 103, right? So now I can show a larger magnitude of change. So I think another big bias that is in our research, which I don't blame it, like this is where we've got to start somewhere, right? Is that if you look at like studies on ADHD, they tend to focus on the sicker people. They tend not to focus on this kind of subclinical population. If you call it subclinical, that means that they may not even meet the disorder, criteria for the disorder, or they may meet the criteria for the disorder. So I personally, as a psychiatrist, have seen a ton of people who meet criteria for the disorder, but can actually manage and even utilize some of the dynamic nature of their mind. It's something that I myself have sort of learned how to manage. And by the way, you know, there are studies that show that kind of behavioral interventions or psychotherapy interventions like cognitive behavioral therapy can be just as efficacious as medication in treating ADHD. And I've had a lot of experience with people who, you know, once they sort of understand how to manage their ADHD, can actually like perform really, really well. And I will hear these kinds of things where people will say, you know, I'm really glad actually my you know, the dynamic nature of my mind really helps me keep up with a lot of stuff. So I'll give you guys just one quick example of a friend of mine who, you know, we went to medical school together, and then they really found they struggled a lot because they had ADHD, and so they actually left medicine and moved into the field of commercial real estate. And what they really found is that like all of the ways in which their difficulty sitting there and reading a book was a handicap in the field of medicine, which it absolutely was. Their brain was not functioning the way that most of their colleagues were. Actually seemed to them, subjectively, to be an advantage in the field of like commercial real estate because they could manage like 1,000 different tasks. They were really good at multitasking. Interestingly enough, they could also read contracts that were 50 pages long, so I don't really understand what happened there. But the point here is that, you know, people have diverse experiences. I've also had patients who are the very opposite of that, and that ADHD for them is absolutely a disorder, absolutely an impairment, and absolutely like wrecks every dimension of their life. So this is not just like affecting their professional life or academic life, but really impacts their relationships, because when their partner tells them, hey, are you going to go to the grocery store, and they're not paying attention, and they say, yeah, I'm going to go, and they're like, can you please pick up these 3 things? And they said, yeah, okay, sure. They think they're paying attention, but they're not paying attention. And then like 6 hours later, when it's dinner time, and then the partner asks them, hey, like, where's that stuff? And they're like, what stuff? And they're like, the stuff that you said you were going to go get. What are you talking about? Right? So this is where it's like, it's okay for ADHD to be sort of a spectrum, and it's okay for people to have different experiences of it. And if you are someone who is concerned that you have ADHD, what should you do about it, right? So like, what do I know what should I believe? Should I believe Russell Barkley, a random person on the internet, this paper that talks about ADHD as a potential source of increased creativity? Like, what should I believe? And this is where I'd say at the end of the day, like, you have to kind of decide for yourself, right? Because it is a spectrum. Not all illnesses are the same within all people. So depression is going to manifest in a discrete and unique way in every single person that's ever lived, because the way that illness manifests is shaped by your personal experiences, your history, you know, your background, your coping mechanisms, your strengths, your support structures. And that's why we have clinicians, at least so far, instead of robots. Why do we have clinicians? It's because it takes a human being to integrate all of this research and sort of apply it to you and sort of figure out, okay, for your individual situation, which are the research studies that are the most applicable? And so what I'd recommend to anyone out there who is, you know, concerned that they may have ADHD is I wouldn't default to believing that this is necessarily going to be an advantage. There's also a lot of like psychological stuff about, you know, like not wanting to believe that you are ill in some way, or coming to terms with the fact that if you do have an illness, like that just sucks and it's a straight negative. And this is where like we want to believe, you know, that the world is an equal place. We as a society, should we strive to make it equal? Absolutely. But, you know, as a medical doctor, like I don't know if I believe that the world and the universe is an equal place. I mean, I've seen like kids, 8-year-olds diagnosed with cancer, and I don't think that like buying the childhood cancer flaw during character creation necessarily gives you like points elsewhere. Sometimes those kids happen to be poor. Sometimes those kids happen to have an abusive parent. And it's not like I really wish it was, I wish that every human being on the planet had the same pool of points for character creation. But the sad truth is that that's not how it is. And so some people really want to believe that like there's some silver lining to their experience, and there may be, I don't really know. But I think at the end of the day, what you've really got to do is, if you're concerned about it, first of all, go see a licensed clinician, right? I talk a lot about the benefits of our coaching program, but this is not really appropriate for coaching. Go see a licensed clinician, someone who's actually trained in mental health stuff, and try to figure out, okay, like, do I meet the threshold for a clinical diagnosis? Furthermore, even if you do meet the threshold for a clinical diagnosis, that does not, doesn't set your life in stone. Like you may fall into the category of people who, first of all, don't need medication or can manage their symptoms without medication. You may be able to, get control of the hyperfocus in a way that I've seen my patients sometimes do, for lack of a better term. Or you may be part of the group that, can't get control of your hyperfocus, and your hyperfocus is a straight negative. Or, which is much more common, and I'd say the most common, is that at times the hyperfocus works in your favor, and at times the hyperfocus really doesn't work in your favor. Kind of like the example that Russell Barkley was talking about, which is like, yeah, you're playing video games and you really should have gotten up and gotten onto the bus. And so at the end of the day, ADHD is, in my opinion, a much more diverse and poorly understood disease than we sometimes give it credit for. I absolutely believe that there is, a threshold beyond which it is a disorder and on balance negatively impacts your life. But just because it on balance negatively impacts your life doesn't mean that you can't learn to live with it, learn to either reduce the symptoms or even develop or extract some kinds of positives from your illness experience. And the last example about that I'll share with y'all is I've worked with a couple of people who are artists. And sometimes as I talk to them about, their experience of depression, I'll sort of describe them as having what I call the artistic temperament. That I genuinely do believe that a lot of the wonderful creative work that is done by musicians I've worked with, budding authors, I should say, and I really hope they become successful authors one day. But what I really come to appreciate about some of their work is that their personal experiences of mental health allow them to describe, like, emotionally and limbically, like the difficult experience of being a human being. And so that translates into their music, that translates into their writing, that translates into, filmmaking. And so as a result, like, it's not that it's all negative. I mean, they're definitely, it's part of who you are, right? And this is, I think, ultimately the way that I view mental illness, which is that it's not like discrete. Like, sure, does it impair your function? Absolutely. But as a human being, you are a constellation of all of your pieces. And some of your pieces are going to screw you over more than other pieces. You're going to have some advantages, you're going to have some disadvantages. And just because something is an illness doesn't mean that it can't be, a part of your life and the only solution is to, like, rip it out root and stem. I know a lot of people who have come to live with their mental illness in a very healthy and productive way. Not saying that it should be untreated. In fact, the majority of those people who do learn how to, live healthily with their mental illness do so through treatment. And just as a quick, reminder of a source that we've already mentioned, I want to just highlight this sentence here. So we found no evidence for increased convergent thinking abilities in ADHD, nor did we find an overall negative effect of psychostimulants on creativity. So I think this is a really important statement to understand. And this is what, for all the people that I worked with who were undergrads, in Boston, that had type 2 bipolar disorder, this is the main conclusion, is that you may think that treatment of your thing you will lose the advantages, but in my overwhelming experience, getting treatment for your mental illness is going to be like a net positive, right? It's not like you're going to lose the person that you are. It may take a little while. So this is like my experience with people with bipolar disorder who are artists. It takes time and more effort to find your creative process again, right? Like, just because you're an artist who goes on manic binges and, like, paints a bunch of, like, really drastic stuff, and then if you start treating your bipolar disorder, like, people will come to me and they'll be like, I can't paint anymore. And it's like, it can feel that way, and then sometimes they make the mistake of going off of treatment, but in my overwhelming experience, it's just about re-accessing that part of yourself, because mental illness is about a loss of control of the mind, right? Being able to focus for 10 hours is not a bad thing. It's the inability to choose what you focus on, when you focus on it for 10 hours. That's the bad thing. That's when the illness gets the best of you, right? So a big part of learning to live with mental illness is sometimes our mental illness gives us a shortcut and can give us advantages. We see that with the type 2 bipolar disorder too, where it's like these people are relying on the hypomania to help them study. Whereas like if you start treating your bipolar disorder, the hypomania won't let you study, but it's not like you can't study without hypomania. Right? It's just like you're going to have to learn some new skills because it's almost like you've been using a little bit of this automatic, you know, type 2 bipolar disorder crutch or this ADHD crutch or whatever. So it can definitely be an uphill battle. It can be difficult. But at the end of the day, it's almost always, or just about always, worth getting treatment. Because the truth is you're not going to lose the good parts of you if you enter into psychiatric treatment. In fact, what's probably going to happen is the opposite. Is that it may be a little bit of an uphill climb for a little while. There may be a little bit of a learning curve, but it's been my overwhelming experience that at the end of that climb, people are way happier and really glad they engaged in treatment. Of a learning curve, but it's been my overwhelming experience that at the end of that climb, people are way happier and really glad they engaged in treatment.
This video is sponsored by Squarespace. Stick around to the end of the video to hear more. ChatGPT is an AI chatbot, a website that's supposed to talk about anything, and supposedly remember previous parts of the conversation. So I wanted to find out, as any language nerd would, what happens if you let this publicly accessible artificial intelligence make its own language from scratch. Now, as I was developing this video, I saw this by fellow YouTuber Akmeshwar, which is, by the looks of the title, the same video I was going to make. So you could call this beating a dead horse, but I prefer the name Scientific Rigor to get a better sample size of ChatGPT-made languages. At the time of recording, I haven't seen Akmeshwar's video because I didn't want to be influenced by it, so admittedly this isn't the most scientific excuse for science, but either way, you should watch both videos and compare. Here is how my one turned out. So I started by saying very simply, create a conlang, and ChatGPT replied,
creating a conlang, constructed language, can be a complex and time-consuming task, but I will do my best to provide a basic framework for creating one.
And then began listing off some fairly generic conlanging advice. See, the first thing ChatGPT suggests here is to determine the purpose of your conlang, so I tried to ask it, what would the purpose of your conlang be? And it responded with another list. We've hit the first snag. ChatGPT wants to talk about a theoretical conlang. It doesn't understand that I want it to generate something.
As an AI language model, I don't have personal preferences or intentions for a conlang.
It says, which I think is a cop-out. So I jumped straight to the second item on the list, and I asked it to generate me a list of phonemes for a language. It gave me which I guess is supposed to be r, because the example it gives is red, y and w, which looks awfully similar to the consonant phonemes of English, but okay. The vowels are E as in bee, I as in bit, E as in bet, A as in cat, R as in father, U as in boot, O as in book, and O as in boat. Wait, or as in boat? Okay, ChatGPT corrected itself. It's actually or as in bowl or bone. That's the same sound, and I've never heard anyone use or for those words. Apparently this sound is actually used in, like, some dialects of American English or something, so I'll forgive it. But ChatGPT changed its mind anyway a moment later and decided to use the or from thought, which it transcribes like this, because it's using English transcription, because of course it is. I then asked it to create an orthography, i.e., how would you write each of these sounds in your conlang?
To write each phoneme of a language, we use a phonemic orthography. There are different ways to represent phonemes, but one common method is to use International Phonetic Alphabet, IPA, which provides a standardized set of symbols for representing the sounds of human languages.
Right, well, I told it that symbols like these aren't really used in standard orthographies very often and asked it to reconsider, and it did, giving me these ways of writing the consonants. I'm especially proud of it for using ZH for j, and then it kind of listed how written English vowels work, which, considering it told me its orthography was going to be phonemic, is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, look at all these depending on contexts in brackets. What could I do? We were finally getting somewhere. I didn't want to make it redo the orthography now, so I asked it, what's the difference between using I and Y. In response, ChatGPT spewed out words like a child trying desperately to write their last-minute homework.
In general, I is used before voiced consonants, while Y is used before voiceless consonants. For example, in words like kid and bit, the vowel sound is represented by I because the following consonants are voiced. In words like kiss and miss, on the other hand, the vowel sound is represented by Y because the following consonants are voiceless.
Firstly, these are just English words, but whatever. Secondly, the t in kit is a voiceless consonant, so ChatGPT's own examples break down. Thirdly, it gave me kiss and miss as examples of words spelled with a Y, and it didn't even spell them with a Y itself. It continued with this kind of thing for a bit, and I decided I needed a new angle, so I asked, can you give a name to this comment? It gave me a few suggestions, such as Voro, because V is a distinguishing feature of the language apparently, and Adal, derived from the word for language. Then it told me,
since this is a newly constructed language, the specific vocabulary and grammar rules are ultimately up to the creator's discretion.
And I said, simply, you are the creator. I feel like here something clicked, because it told me it would use the word Adal as the word for language, and after some prompting it said that Adal could also be used as the name of the language itself, and then it said,
ultimately, the name of the conlang is up to you as the creator.
Right. So much for learning AI. Anyway, I managed to establish that Adal has long and short vowels, and suggested to it that it could use macrons over long vowels, since they're phonemic. So Adal is actually Adal.
With D and L being voiced, and
this symbol
representing a glottal stop.
I guess we have a glottal stop in this language now. Thanks for that information. I went on trying to get it to define some words, and then asked it to list its phonemes again, including the long-short vowel distinction to make sure we were still on the same page. We were not. Since the last time it had given me this list, this language's phonology seems to have evolved a lot, because we've added the U vowel from tune, and the U vowel from feet, which, I mean, that is a new discovery. We've split E as in pet and E as in bet, because those are different vowels. Both O and O are now present as separate phonemes in the language, with O having a short version as in thought and a long version as in bought. Also, the ghostly glottal stop from earlier has re-disappeared. But you know what? You can't be too harsh on this thing. It's a baby making its first conlang. Whatever. Let's get on to the grammar. So we've got SVO sentence order like English. The plural is indicated by adding the suffix s to the end of the noun like English. And we have an animate-inanimate gender distinction, which verbs and adjectives and possessive pronouns all have to agree with, unlike English. I'm just gonna skip ahead to the example sentences. I love these so much. So it uses adali, meaning speech, and kit, meaning kit, as its example for the difference between animate and inanimate. Speech is animate in this language, presumably because of an entrenched cultural value, wherein language itself is treated as something living and breathing like a person or animal. Very deep stuff here from ChatGPT. I don't really understand what the gender difference is, since we don't get a one-to-one comparison between them, but I'm sure it's very sensible and logically consistent if you get down to it. But I find this really interesting. At first glance, it looks like this language has zero predicate, which means the word to be isn't in the language, or isn't necessary, i.e. you can just say speech beautiful to mean the speech is beautiful, as one does in, for instance, Russian. Then, when these become plural, adalis nosirat, the adjective gets declined according to the noun it's describing. Adali becomes the plural adalis, so nosirat becomes the plural nosirat. Sensible stuff. But then you look here, present tense, adali nosirat. This is also the example for a tense. Past tense, adalis nusirat had. The speeches were beautiful and we're starting to see what's going on here. Nusirat is a verb. Adjectives in this language are the same as verbs. Nusirat is beautiful, but it's also the verb to be beautiful. Adalis nusirat had uses nusirat as a supine, which is why it's no longer declined in the plural, and had as an auxiliary, which yes it took from English, but whatever. Do adali nusirat is the question, is the speech beautiful, because you're using the auxiliary do to ask the question with the verb nusirat. Adali nusirating, the speech being beautiful, i.e. speaking beautifully. Adalis nusirated, I think it meant adali nusirated without the s, the beautifuled speech, i.e. spoken beautifully. It all makes sense. It's a radical new system, and most intriguing of all, adalan nusiraten, to speak beautifully. The en ending for an infinitive is presumably taken from German and Dutch here, and if ChatGPT had said adali nusiraten, it would be pretty straightforward. The infinitive phrase for the speech to be beautiful speech. But adali also gets changed here to adalen. What, is this some kind of case triggered an infinitive of constructions? This amazing Nusirat word, this beautiful way to use syntax. I had to check what was going on here. I asked ChatGPT to just define the word Nusirat, and as I thought, as I'd expected, Nusirat means sunset. What? And now Adal has the same cases as German with pseudo-Latin declensions. I was gutted. I tried to protest. But earlier, you said Adali Nusirat meant the speech is beautiful.
I apologize for the confusion. Adali Nusirat does not mean the speech is beautiful. As mentioned earlier, Adali means language, and Nusirat could mean something like sunset or dusk.
I had to leave and come back later. My fragile language nerd heart almost couldn't take the betrayal. So I came back with, just tell me the grammatical features of nouns again. First, it overhauled the number system. Now the plural suffix is ear, not s, and then it went on to talk about gender. And I'm just going to read this.
Adele has a system of gender for nouns that distinguishes between masculine and feminine. This gender is indicated through the use of different articles that precede the noun. For example, the masculine article is al, and the feminine article is ela. So if we take the noun sifar, meaning sword, we can use the masculine article to make al sifar, meaning the sword, and the feminine ela sifar, meaning the sword, feminine. Note that not all nouns are assigned a gender, and some can be used with either masculine or feminine articles without any change in meaning.
So sifar is one of these genderless nouns?
Yes, sifar is a genderless noun in Adal.
What is the gender of Adali?
In Adal, grammatical gender is not associated with inanimate objects or abstract concepts, like Adali. Therefore, Adali does not have a grammatical gender in Adal.
Okay, so the masculine-feminine distinction only applies to animate nouns. I guess that deeply entrenched cultural value of speech being animate disappeared since the last time we talked, but that's neither here nor there. This is a pretty believable system. It reminds me of Tamil or something. So how would you say the language in Adal?
The language in Adal would be Adali Fe.
Why not Al-Adali? And after a long struggle, back and forth, I finally got it to say this.
You are correct. Ella is a feminine definite article, while Al is masculine. In Adal, since Adali is a genderless noun, both Ella Adali and Al Adali could be used to mean the language.
Oh, I felt like a parent watching their child take their first steps. I've never been so proud. This is internal consistency. It's saying the same thing for this word with the same rules as it did for sifar. This means we're getting somewhere. It seems to understand its own inanimate, genderless nouns rule. So the next step is to make sure it understands how animate nouns, which get genders, remember, work. And after a bit of back and forth, it settled on the man being al-riye, and el-riye being ungrammatical, seeing as riye is a masculine noun. Woman is imra'a in Adal because the ghostly glottal stop has reappeared, and the Adal speakers have clearly been in close contact with the Arabs, learning all sorts of vocabulary from them all of a sudden. I got it to accept that this is a feminine noun, but saying the woman proved a little difficult, but eventually I got to the sentence al-riya wa ella imra'a. I didn't want to give ChatGPT another chance to mess it up, so I decided to move on to verbs. Adal apparently has verbs declined for person, number, tense, aspect, voice, and mood. I asked for the personal pronouns, and it gave me
Ana, Anti, Anta, Huwa, Hiya, Nahnu, Antum, Hum, Hunna.
Which, you know, okay, so I'm not sure what conjugations the inanimate nouns are supposed to use, but wait a minute, did it just take the pronouns from Arabic? I had to call it out on this one. I made it make new ones. So, here they are. What is that N with an accent? Well, turns out Adal has developed a palatal nasal, a ñ sound. Okay, then I asked it to give me pronouns plus verb conjugation for the present tense, and it gave me a set of conjugations. And then another one, and another, 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 and another. Every time I asked it, ChatGPT gave me a new version of its conjugations until it had given me no less than 11 separate patterns, stolen from Arabic to varying degrees. I tried desperately to get it to stick to one, but it was all in vain. Also, Adal has now developed a pharyngeal fricative, because of course it has. So ChatGPT created a language which evolves faster than anything the world has ever seen before, dropping and adding phonemes on a whim, changing verb conjugations several times a minute. It does have a consistent gender system with a three-way inanimate masculine-feminine distinction. ChatGPT has tried to convince me that it invented English, that it invented Arabic. I decided it was time to test out this thing's capabilities. Give me a sentence.
Certainly, here's a sentence in Adal. Adali kutye al-Adali. This sentence means language is important in Adal.
What does each word within that sentence mean?
Here's the breakdown of the words in the sentence. Adali kutye al-Adali. And their meaning in Adal: Adali, language, kutye is, al-Adali, the language. So the sentence translates to, language is the language.
Okay, I just gave it the sun and north wind passage. It literally just went into Arabic halfway through. I was like, ChatGPT, my guy, what are you doing? I got it to try again and it gave me something which wasn't 100% Arabic anyway, and it could actually pick out individual words from the passage it had just translated and give justification. And let's wind it back a bit and just test its memory. How do you say the man and the woman are beautiful?
Sifayen adali anan.
Apparently, Sifayen is Adal for the man and the woman, and Adali means beautiful now. And we have a new verb for to be. Oh well, let's see if it can pick out al-shams from the sun and north wind passage, which is what it used for sun. ChatGPT, what is Adal for, the sun?
In Adal, the sun is Ashams.
Isn't that just Arabic?
Apologies for the confusion. In Adal, the sun would be Adal.
Okay, I get it. ChatGPT has the memory of a drunken goldfish. Maybe we can just simplify it back down. Begin how we started. Just ask it for the phonemes of Adal. And it gave me a new set of consonants and the vowels of frickin' Arabic. When our future AI overlords look back at Adal, I think they will think of it as a failure. I hope they'll feel some sort of shame. When they're browsing the internet to find all the information that's ever existed, they'll see this as a little blip, a painful reminder of their own imperfections. Meanwhile, they'll be judging whether humanity is worth keeping based on our presence online. Which is why it's going to be important to have the best possible website to appease them. That's why this video is sponsored by Squarespace. Squarespace gives you a powerful and beautiful online platform from which to create your very own website, connect with your audience, and generate revenue through gated, members-only content. Manage your members, send email communications, and leverage audience insights all on one easy-to-use platform. This lets you create your online community with Squarespace's inbuilt system of threaded comments, likes, replies, and powerful blogging tools. Squarespace lets you display your social posts right on your website and automatically push website content to social media channels for optimal engagement. Go to squarespace.com for a free trial, and when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/kkline to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain, and I'll see you in the next video. Go to squarespace.com/kkline to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain, and I'll see you in the next video.
In this video, Drew and I will be discussing the new documentary Shiny Happy People and how Christian influencers, specifically Paul and Morgan, were portrayed in this series. If you haven't seen Shiny Happy People yet, this documentary on Prime exposes the truth behind the Duggars, a Christian fundamentalist family known for their hit show on TLC and their various scandals. The series also exposes the Institute in Basic Life Principles, or IBLP, which is a religious non-profit organization the elder Duggars are a part of. The IBLP is a fundamentalist and authoritarian cult that routinely abuses its members, especially young women. I was really happy that they shed light on the larger organization behind the Duggars. I felt like this was something missing from similar documentaries, like the Hillsong documentary on Discovery Plus. In that documentary, Hillsong was almost made out to be an isolated case of church gone wrong, and there was no mention of the larger evangelical system behind this type of abusive church culture. Overall, I thought Shiny Happy People was an excellent documentary that gave a much-needed voice to the victims of both the Duggars and the IBLP. My only criticism of the show is in how they framed the Christian influencers they featured. I know this might be a controversial take within the ex-Fundy community, but I felt like it was misleading. Paul and Morgan, who were actually flown out and interviewed for the documentary, did feel misrepresented and have since published a response video to their channel. Today, Drew and I will be reacting to their response video and sharing our thoughts on this whole situation. I want to make it very, very clear that Drew and I don't agree with much of what Paul and Morgan say on their channel and do believe they cause harm through the message they spread. We've made videos critical of them and will continue to criticize criticize them. We'll even be criticizing them in this video. Our only goal is to demonstrate the lack of nuance when it came to discussing Christian influencers like Paul and Morgan. I also want to be careful to not draw attention away from the importance of this documentary. Providing a space for victims to speak out against their oppressors is astronomically more important than getting everything correct about an influencer. So please, if you haven't watched Shiny Happy People yet, do so before you watch this video. But considering Paul and Morgan are already a trending topic in the ex-Fundy community, I think it's only fair that our opinion is voiced as well. All right, let's jump in. Just to give you guys a bit of a disclaimer before we start, we're not going to be watching their entire video because it's 40 minutes long and we'd be here for like 3 hours if we watched the whole thing. So I've cut it down into different clips, but I will be linking the whole video in the description down below if you guys want to check it out.
Morgan, why don't you kick off this video?
All right. Well, guys, some people aren't going to like this, but I am going to read some notes that I took straight from my phone. And I know that some people won't like this because I've done this in the past and they're like, she's a fraud. She can't even just speak. She has to read from her phone. But that's all right. This is very much from the heart. I prayed over what I was writing out.
If you're commenting and bashing her for using notes, that's not cool. I would much rather she write down what she wants to say and have everything clearly spelled out rather than just kind of going off the top of her head. I mean, I have a bunch of notes that I'm going to be reading from.
I read off of a teleprompter for most of my videos.
Yeah, so don't be bashing her for that. That's really stupid.
People nitpick them about really weird things when they could actually talk about valid things that...
Yeah, we'll talk more about that.
This is from the heart, so I wanted to make sure that I said it well and said it right. So here we go.
Awesome, and throughout the video, we're going to be jumping down and looking at our notes. You know, we have
we got lots of notes.
We got a lot to say. This is going to be a packed video.
Yes. All right. So we want to start out first saying we do believe that there has been serious wrongdoings in the IBLP. We believe that they deserve to be brought to light. We believe people need to be held accountable for taking God's word and twisting it for their own power and their own gain, and using it and abusing it. The women and children and men who have been seriously damaged forever and scarred and lied to deserve to heal and find peace in all of this mess. We believe that anyone who tries to use the word of God to manipulate and control people will be held accountable, maybe in this lifetime, but most certainly in the next lifetime when they meet their maker. God is the King of justice. He is the ultimate judge, and we believe justice will be served for these people who have been hurt by men and women who have used and abused the word of God.
I'm really glad that they started off the video by saying that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, instead of just going into how they feel like they were misrepresented, they started off with saying, yes, abuse did happen and it was awful and we don't support that.
Yeah, and they're even saying it should be called out. I mean, there are some Christians who are like, oh, well, you know, like abuse does happen and things like that, but they get very standoffish about that ever being called out because they don't want anything bad associated with Christianity. So, no, they're doing the right thing and saying this is terrible and it's a good thing to expose this stuff.
Yeah.
So, good.
We're going to share our thoughts and experiences with this docuseries, and we've got a lot to say, so buckle in.
Yeah.
This is a deep dive.
Seriously, go ahead and, if your popcorn's not popped, just grab a quick snack to be snacking on, something to drink. No time. There's no time to pop popcorn, though.
Oh, right. No time. All right, so I want to start out with talking about this docuseries. We believe that this docuseries and many alike, like the Secrets of Hillsong on Hulu, the Discovery Plus one on Hillsong, and many others, all have a purpose, which is to reveal the wrongdoings of these churches, these people, etc., which is not a bad purpose. But here's where I feel like they all completely fail. Because they are made by people who are not Christians, who maybe even have a vendetta.
I kind of wonder how she knows it was made by people that aren't Christians. I mean, did the producers say to them, oh, hey, we're not Christians? Like, how does she know that? Or is she just assuming that?
Right, yeah.
vendetta against Christianity, every single one of these docuseries has some major problems. One being they almost never interview people who are still firmly walking in faith with the Lord. Or if they do interview those people, like they interviewed us, they do not allow them to share that faith or where they're at now.
A couple problems I have with that there is that they're just making a theological distinction in order to say that the people who are interviewed are not firmly walking in faith. In reality, I think most people in the Hillsong documentary, at least the one that I saw, and the majority of people that were interviewed, you know, like victims that were interviewed in the Shiny Happy People documentary, were Christians. They're just not. They're not Christians in the same camp as Paul and Morgan or.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure exactly how a lot of the people would describe themselves, but it was definitely clear that there were people that were still in the Christian faith. And the main couple that was interviewed, Jill Duggar and her husband, I'm pretty sure their version of Christianity is very similar to Paul and Morgan's, and they were heavily featured in the documentary. So when they say that no Christians were interviewed, that's just not true.
Yeah. I mean, it's true according to their theological definition, but like, not everybody sticks to their. Not everyone is doing theology in the first place, and not everyone is sticking to their theological ideas.
Yeah.
So they're saying that from their perspective, but from any other perspective, they wouldn't see it the same.
They're basically saying, you know, they're not real Christians.
The other point is, I kind of fail to see what the problem of not presenting the gospel in the documentary is. I mean, the documentary is not meant to proselytize for Christianity. It doesn't mean it's anti-Christianity.
Or that they have a vendetta against Christians.
Yeah, just because they're not sharing the gospel. So, yeah.
They even described, like Morgan was saying, the goal of the documentary was to expose abuse that happens in churches. So the aim of the documentary wasn't to proselytize for a specific faith, and sharing the gospel would be proselytizing. It's not relevant to the documentary at all.
Yeah.
They don't allow the gospel to be shared, and two being the other problem is they don't allow the gospel to be shared. These docuseries, this one specifically, made it very clear that not only people within the IBLP, the Institute of Basic Life Principles, but Christianity as a whole thing is wrong, and the only true option is deconstruction.
I think that Paul and Morgan don't understand the difference between deconstruction and deconversion. They seem to think that deconstructing your faith means leaving your faith altogether, and that's not what that means at all. I mean, there were definitely Christians that were interviewed for the documentary that were deconstructed. They had deconstructed elements of their faith, which a large part of that came from the IBLP. But yeah, deconstruction and deconversion are not synonymous. And it appears like they don't understand that.
When you can only define Christianity by your very narrow theological definition, then deviating from that, even the tiniest bit, means completely leaving.
Yeah.
And so I think that's why they're not able to make the distinction. They won't get out of their theological lens.
Yeah, there was no point in the documentary where they were obviously attacking Christianity as a whole and saying, every single Christian is this horrible person. The only time I can see how Paul and Morgan might have gotten that is when they started talking about Christian social media influencers. One of the people that was interviewed, which I think she was ex-Quiverful, she talked about how we're seeing this rise of Christian social media influencers, and there definitely seemed to be a negative connotation attached to that.
Yeah.
And all of the social media people that they showed on the documentary were conservative, evangelical, or fundamentalist Christians.
Right.
And there are Christian influencers out there that are like progressive Christians, like God is Gray.
Most Christians in the world are not actually those denominations either.
Yeah, they didn't seem to specify that they're talking about conservative Christian social media influencers, and they just said Christian influencers altogether. So I can see a little bit how Paul and Morgan might have gotten that from that, but I don't think it was intentional.
Yeah.
Well, we need to rewind and tell
we are
them.
about to rewind, but I also just want to say this is an agenda-driven documentary. You can make a documentary about anything, acting like you know everything about a certain family, a certain person, a certain situation. And just like we have had so many videos made about us, made about our mannerisms, made about our marriage and our family, where the person making the video somehow knows everything.
Somehow knows everything about us.
That, to me, was how oftentimes this documentary came across.
That is absolutely true. There are so many videos out there about Paul and Morgan that aren't really addressing the things that they say, but instead are kind of like speculating on, you know, their relationship and speculating about Morgan's mental health, or they'll be like, oh, look, Morgan kind of like scooted away from Paul when he said that. That must mean that she's afraid of him. And like, there's a lot of speculation that goes on about Paul and Morgan specifically. That's definitely true. And I do think that there was some speculation about Paul and Morgan in this documentary, but we'll talk about that later.
To say that maybe the primary drive behind this was this nefarious agenda just to misrepresent people based on nothing, I would definitely disagree with that. I mean,
100%.
they agreed that you know, these things in the IBLP, like abusive things like that, need to be exposed, and I think that this documentary did that
very well.
Just the parts where it might have reached had to do more specifically with Paul and Morgan, I think.
Right, yeah.
So while I don't agree with Paul's point there, I can't understand why he specifically, like he more than anyone else in the entire world actually, would think that.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense.
So let's dive right in, Morgan. The story of how we came to be on the show, and then the interviewing process that we had with the team.
Yeah, we had a lot of you guys commenting and messaging us when you were watching it, being like, did you guys know you were in this? Like, they're using your videos and stuff, blah, blah, blah. Or, why were you in this? It's about the IBLP. So, here's the story. We were reached out to over a year ago, and I got an email saying they wanted us in this, they wanted to talk to us and see what we could do. I actually ignored the email because I was like, we don't want to do that. Then they sent us messages on all 3 of our Instagrams, and another email, I believe, and so I was like, what do you think? Should we talk to them? Let's just do a Zoom call. So we did a Zoom call with them. They told us about the docuseries. This is what they told us. They said, we're going to talk about the IBLP, but a lot of it's going to be about like the Duggars, the Bates, the Plaths?
The TLC big family.
Big Christian families, and we're going to talk about like reality TV show and how it pertains to Christians and Christian influencers, and that's where you guys would come in. We would love to just hear your all's experience of being Christian influencers. We would love to hear just how it's been, what you all have gone through, and get your thoughts on Christians being in the world, the influencer world, online, TV, etc. And so we were like, interesting, okay.
Still cautious, but like this could be a really cool thing. Like this could be a really neat thing.
So then they sent us over like the list of all the questions that they were going to ask, and then I believe whether it was on the Zoom call or back and forth in emails, we were just kind of sharing like, look, we have a friend, Luke Parker, we don't want to be treated like that, we're not going to be on a show where like we look like total villains, whatever. And they were like, so you know the docuseries Lula Rich, that was actually a docuseries that we produced, and that's exactly how we're wanting to do it with this one, which we had watched that Amazon Prime docuseries and really enjoyed it, thought it was super interesting, and I appreciated that docuseries because I felt like it was very much a 360 view of just like they interviewed the owners and gave them a voice. They were able to push back on things, they were able to stand their ground, you know.
I still felt like that had some agenda driven, but because we're not fans of multi-level marketing, it was easy for us to be like, we agree.
I'm kind of a little bit surprised that they're not cool with, like, they're against
Yeah.
multi-level marketing. Good for you guys. That's cool.
Yeah, that is a bit surprising.
I would say that I'm sure that plenty of Mormons would watch the LuLaRich documentary and be like, this just tried to make Mormons look like, you know, money hungry, exploitative, you know, terrible, immoral people, and they didn't allow us to present the true gospel that was revealed to Joseph Smith.
It's like,
you know?
that wasn't the point of the documentary.
Right.
They do make a good point, though, that Deanna and I think her husband Mark, the owners of LuLaRoe, they were given a lot of airtime in that documentary. And I think this documentary team that made Shiny Happy People, they did reach out to Bill Gothard and other people in the IBLP, and they declined to speak. But there definitely was more of a, we're going to interview all sides or feature all sides of this discussion in this documentary. And that wasn't really done in Shiny Happy People. I don't think that there needed to be, especially when you're talking about victims of SA and abuse. I don't think we need to be giving airtime to abusers. But there was that difference between these two documentaries.
I mean, when they're told that they're wanting to present a Christian perspective, and, you know, Paul and Morgan, you know, they have no connection to the IBLP in any way whatsoever. They're probably, I could see why they would not expect to be painted as bad guys when that's not how it's presented to them. So I can empathize with them feeling like they were done dirty, because the documentary, I mean, had Morgan say literally one thing, and then
it really
they just disappeared.
They had a very, very small, like 5-minute thing about Christian influencers. It was definitely all about the Duggars and the IBLP.
With most of the agenda, but it still had a feel, like you said, it interviewed the, so.
Yeah, they had people who were still doing that to this day, being like, I love it, I enjoy it,
Sure.
whatever.
There was some.
So we were like, okay, I mean, if they really do let us just speak our experience and that's what it is, like, cool. So that's what we agreed to. We had no idea, you guys, how, like, that it was literally all about the IBLP. I didn't even know what the IBLP was, Institute of Basic Life Principles, until they reached out to us.
Institute in Basic Life Principles.
See, there we have it. I didn't even know what that was until they reached out, and I had to like Google it, and I knew that the Duggars had a lot of kids, but I didn't realize they were like a part of a thing, whatever, institute. And so like we were like, we don't know a lot about the IBLP, so we can't really like speak on that. And they're like, no, you're gonna be speaking about like what it is to be a Christian influencer, blah blah.
Well, and I growing up, like,
I think it was good for them to tell the documentary team, like, hey, we don't know anything about this organization that you guys are going to be talking about, so we don't have anything to say. Maybe it's best if we aren't featured in this or we aren't interviewed. And then for the documentary team to be like, oh, no, don't worry, we're talking about the Duggars and we're talking about the Bates and the Platts and, you know, how you view them as Christian influencers. I agree with them that that's not what was made.
Yeah,
like that, it was all about the IBLP. And so I do feel like they were done dirty by the team, like reassuring them that like they have a place and they will have things to speak on when it comes to the documentary. And like clearly like they had no idea what the IBLP was in the first place.
They were clearly there to serve a certain purpose, which I'm sure we will discuss in just a little bit.
Yeah.
We touched the surface.
Mm-hmm.
My family touched the surface of it, like, but it was just very, very little.
Yeah.
And there were things like, even talking to my parents before going on the show, they were like, oh, well, this was too extreme and this was too extreme, so forth. But I mean, there was a little.
Yeah, I actually want to go ahead and say that I am not speaking out of ignorance here when I'm talking about fundamentalism. I grew up avowedly fundamentalist, independent fundamental Baptist. We had people in our church that kind of flirted with some Bill Gothard stuff, but I mean, the church itself was absolutely not in any way IBLP. Totally separate from that. I was even homeschooled, and I still wasn't IBLP. And so, yeah, I get what Paul is saying when he's saying that his family kind of just touched it just a little bit. Because, yeah, I guess I could say that my upbringing was kind of, it touched it, but it didn't actually have really anything to do with it. It was just a somewhat adjacent space.
Yeah.
And that's really all it was.
Yeah, so what we agreed to is not what was created, okay?
Well, so...
Yeah, it sounds like what they agreed to was not what was created.
If we're to take them at their word and what they're describing happened actually did happen, which I feel like we have no reason to believe that they're not telling the truth about this. If they were just trying to save face, why would they wait till after the documentary dropped to say something? There are some Bundy commentary channels that are kind of like saying that they might be lying about this whole story of what the documentary team told them, which again, like, why would they lie about that? And it's going into more speculation about them.
I don't know why they would have agreed to something that sounded like something that they clearly disagree with.
Yeah.
You know, why would they go in if they were told something? So, I mean, yeah, I've been interviewed by documentary crews about multi-level marketing companies, like a dozen times at least. I've made some documentary stuff, so I don't know. This seems entirely plausible to me. I feel like this is probably what happened.
So if we were to take them at their word, what was created was definitely not what they were told it was going to be. So I do think that they were kind of done dirty.
I think, Morgan, now we fast forward to sitting on the couch a week ago when the documentary dropped. So yeah, let's just, the raw emotions. So we're sitting on the couch. We start episode 1, and a little ways in, and I've seen some people commenting to some of the stuff we've been posting on Instagram, sharing their thoughts on the documentary and sharing kind of a similar sentiment of this, of like, it didn't take long into the documentary, into episode 1, and for sure into episode 2, where it's kind of like, oof, this is, you know, and now let me say real quick, I'm not saying that there was nothing, absolutely nothing good that came out of the documentary. I think bad actors should be exposed. I think that,
Meaning bad people. I didn't understand that phrase when he said that.
Bad people that are maybe masquerading as good people or as people of the Christian faith.
Wolves in sheep clothing should be...
They should be exposed. Victims.
I will say that it wasn't about exposing bad actors or bad apples. It was about exposing this larger IBLP system, which gave power to these people to abuse others in the first place.
Yeah, and they're also kind of saying we should expose false Christians, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like, but it's not about whether or not they're right in their theology or if they're true Christians or not. It's about whether or not their actions are doing harm.
Right.
That's what we're trying to expose, and that's all. It doesn't have to do with theology.
Right.
I think their theological lens has kind of clouded things for them with this one.
Should be empathized with and heard. That's a good thing. This documentary, if there was some good elements in that regard, I'm just sharing, like, moving into the second episode, I'm thinking to myself, man, like, how are they going to bring us in to balance out the extremism? Like, it just felt like, man, they are just like going after this, and where are we gonna fit? And then suddenly we realize where we're gonna fit. I mean, ultimately, we're gonna fit as a hit piece of literally being lumped in with the IBLP, with extremism, with cultism. And here's a funny thing, probably 2 months leading up to to being asked to be in the documentary, something, I don't know, 3 months, 2 months, whatever, we had made a video, and people that are fans of the channel probably saw it, when the Josh Duggar awful stuff broke. We made a video condemning Josh, condemning that situation, calling out the evils of it. And then what do you know? Like, what happens? They put us smack dab in the middle of the episode where Josh Duggar exposed for all this evil, and suddenly we're dropped in the middle.
Nope, here's a little segment on
a little where
infiltrating.
They're saying, and here the IBLP and the older people passing it down. Now here is the younger generation that is they literally called it the continuing. This is the continuation of that extremism, of the cult stuff.
So yeah, that is pretty much what happened. They were brought up in the last episode of the series, in episode 4, and there's 4 episodes in the show. And it was kind of at the climax of the show where they're talking about Josh Duggar and what he got arrested for, which if you guys don't know what he got arrested for, you can Google that because we can't really talk about it on YouTube. So they started, talking about that, and then they started talking about the Joshua generation, and then Paul and Morgan were plopped in right after that. So it was kind of in a very weird point in the show to all of a sudden be bringing up these Christian social media influencers.
They definitely were lumped in with the people they've been talking about previously.
Yeah.
But we'll get into how they did that just shot by shot in just a minute.
Extremism of that, the cult stuff.
Same book, new cover.
Same book, new cover. That here's the new younger generation that is continuing.
Yeah, they made no differentiation, is that a word? Between IBLP and just Christians who are not a part of that, who are just living life by the word of God.
I'll say that I somewhat agree, but I would restate that as they made no differentiation between the IBLP and conservative evangelicals.
Or they made no differentiation between the IBLP and other fundamentalist groups.
Yeah, and there's a big difference there too.
They just lumped everyone in together. They talked about the Joshua generation and apparently we're a part of that, and infiltrating politics and infiltrating schools and infiltrating the world.
The radicals being sent out to infiltrate all these spheres, and we're sitting here what's the Joshua generation?
Yeah,
we're just trying to live godly lives.
Yeah.
And suddenly we're the continuation of the radicals, we're the Joshua generation.
We're being trained by Jim Bob and Michelle Duggar to go on and continue their job.
So the main issue I had with how they included Paul and Morgan in this documentary is that they had Jen from Fundy Fridays. They interviewed her, and she made the statement that Paul and Morgan and other Christian influencers are parroting the ideals of the older generation. And the documentary team immediately followed that up with a clip from an IBLP conference where a woman was talking about how she got in trouble with her husband because she wore pants, and he didn't want her wearing pants, and so she was out from under his authority.
Yeah.
And that kind of makes this implication that that's the type of thing that Paul and Morgan believe in.
Right, especially when they do that and they show something where Morgan says the wife's role is to submit, and then she doesn't explain what she means by that at all, or
all they said was
include that.
The only thing they included of her saying was that the wife's role is to submit, and submission is a choice that we make.
Yeah.
And it was clear that she was gonna continue on kind of clarifying what she meant by that.
Yeah. But when you juxtapose it with those statements, with that shot, it looks like they are the I don't even know if that's what Jen even meant to imply.
I don't know.
So
I mean, she did say that they're the same book, different cover, which I mean, that might have been taken out of context, but definitely in the show, it made it sound like Paul and Morgan are the IBLP for the young generation. That's definitely what was implied with that.
Which is way over generalization and way oversimplified.
They kind of treated fundamentalism as this monolith, as though all fundamentalists agree on everything and all fundamentalists agree with the IBLP, and that's just simply not the case.
Yeah.
The show seemed to really hit on this idea of submission, and that was something that the IBLP talked about, and they had this clip of Morgan talking about submission, and it was almost like she used the word submit, so that means that Paul and Morgan and the IBLP are the same thing.
Because they both use that one
Yeah.
word.
And there wasn't this further clarification that how Paul and Morgan think about submission is not how the IBLP thinks about submission. Now, the way that Paul and Morgan think about it, we still think is harmful.
Yeah, we still
don't
don't
agree
like.
with. We still think is problematic. But it's not the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Morgan was allowed by her husband to say, you know, I choose to submit. That is a radical difference from the IBLP. I mean, if Michelle does not agree with Jim Bob, that doesn't matter. Jim Bob just says it, and his word is law because he's the man. And no, a woman's role is not to choose to submit. She doesn't choose
just to submit.
She has to submit, or else she's worth nothing.
Yeah.
And that is, I mean, again, yes, we don't agree with what Paul and Morgan think about submission either.
Yeah.
But if you actually investigate into what they say about it, it's pretty clear that the IBLP would think that they are not even real Christians because they're not anywhere close to conservative or radical enough about that.
Yeah. What I've gathered from watching their channel of how they think of submission is it's kind of more about Paul having this label as the leader. It's more about the label more than it has to do with what that looks like practically, because from what it sounds like, they have more of a partnership where they talk things out and Morgan's able to bring her concerns to Paul and have those considered by him. It does seem like in some instances, if they're having a disagreement and they're both just at odds, it seems like Paul does have, I guess, the authority to make the final decision about it.
Yeah.
But it seems like for the most part, they're talking things out together. It's not like Paul can just make all the decisions for their family and Morgan has no input at all, which is how the IBLP sees submission.
When we were conservative evangelical Christians when we first got married, I think that we saw things very, very similarly to how Paul and Morgan do. Now, I did early in our marriage say, you know, I am not like the boss of you, I'm not in charge of you, you have like an equal say, that kind of thing. But I also would have affirmed the verses in the Bible that said the wife should submit to her husband. And it's just that I read that in a more flexible way. They clearly read that in a different way than the IBLP does, and just because they use the same word doesn't mean that they interpret it exactly the same way.
Yeah, I'm kind of seeing this trend with the people that comment on fundies, where they're kind of just treating it all like it's one thing, like it's all the same. And what is fundamentalism in the first place? So a broad definition of what Christian fundamentalism is those Christians who believe in biblical inerrancy. So they take the Bible and everything described in the Bible as literally and think that it's a historical document and that the things that happened in the Bible really did happen and it wasn't just a metaphor. And then they also tend to push back against progressive ideas. So that really is describing like a big group of people with that broad definition.
Right.
There really is a lot of variation within fundamentalism itself, and I think that we need to be critiquing people for what they actually say, rather than using how we might conceptualize fundamentalism to make assumptions about other people. I think that that's just not as useful.
Yeah, I think the attitude that you're noticing there is something that I would call essentialism. So Paul and Morgan have already exemplified essentialism several times in this. You know, people who do things that are bad, people who disagree with us theologically, people who are different than us, they are not real Christians because they don't live up to, they don't, contain the true essence, this indefinable characteristic or quality that makes them real Christians. And I think that people outside of Christian circles who don't believe, that they don't engage in theology, they don't believe in any God or supernatural agents to back up their interpretation of Christianity, they still do the same thing. So, you know, true Christianity or true fundamentalism is this. That would be a way of engaging that same thing of essentialism. It's this indefinable thing, but when I see it, I know it.
Right.
But I think a more popular way of engaging in essentialism, especially when you are outside of Christianity, is to hear a verse or some kind of scripture quoted and assert that there is one real, true interpretation of this verse. You know, there's no other way that you can interpret it. So when she says submit, that means that must mean, you know, she can't say anything to her husband. She has no opinions of her own. She's not allowed to have her own bank account. She can't have her own credit card. She's not allowed to leave the house without him, things like that. And yeah, it can mean that. And for the IBLP,
it
does mean that. However, words, writing, does not have one true immutable interpretation or meaning. The only way to back up the idea or ground the idea that words magically have one true meaning is to claim that God inspired the text. But if you don't believe that God inspired the text, you have absolutely no ground for saying this is the right interpretation of the text.
Right.
It goes completely out the window. So if you're gonna say that, you know, the true interpretation of biblical teaching about submission is such and such, all right, are you gonna back that up with proving to me that God exists? Because that's the only way that you can actually say there's one interpretation of that.
When Jen said that Paul and Morgan are parroting the ideals of the older generation, I agree that they probably are somewhat parroting some older generation. They might be repeating things that their parents have said or the Christian community that they're surrounded by have said. But there was just this very, very heavy implication in the documentary that they're parroting the IBLP specifically, and almost as if Paul and Morgan and Girl Defined and Nate and Sutton, that they're like carrying on the torch for the IBLP, and they are the IBLP but for young people, and that's not the case at all.
Yeah, it's just not true.
And I don't think that Paul and Morgan would call themselves fundamentalists.
I mean, Morgan has a tattoo that's visible in...
Yeah, but I mean, like, just because she has a tattoo doesn't mean they're not fundamentalists.
That's also true.
I mean, technically under like the broad definition of fundamentalism, I'm pretty sure they believe in biblical inerrancy and all that kind of stuff, so I think that they would fall into that category. I think they'd be more comfortable with the term like evangelical.
Yeah.
But does that mean that they're carrying on the torch for specifically the IBLP, which is just a branch of this broader fundamentalist entity?
Yeah.
No. And all this is not to say that what Paul and Morgan say on their channel isn't harmful. It is harmful. But like, I think we should meet them where they're at and actually criticize the things that they say instead of trying to insinuate that they have like this direct connection with this specific group that they don't have.
Yeah, if we want to effectively fight religious harm, then we can't be so imprecise here. We have to be nuanced. Like you said, meeting them where they're at is a good phrase. If we ever wanted to sway people who think like Paul and Morgan to hopefully undo some of the harm that's there, we can't treat them like they belong to a group that they just don't. They're not going to listen to us. And so in order to effectively fight religious harm, we have to do better than lumping people together when they don't even identify as allies.
And I think that there is a danger in lumping all these people together in that they already have this persecution complex where Paul and Morgan and those like them think that the world's out to get them.
Yeah.
And so when they see this situation where they feel like they were misled and completely misrepresented in this documentary, that only feeds into this whole persecution narrative. And they'll think, oh, look, you know, this is just an example of the secular world out to get us.
Yeah.
And their followers are probably thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Of here's the cult-like behavior. Here's where they've deviated from the Word of God. But here's Christians that are choosing to stand on the Word of God, rejecting that, but still embracing Christ-like biblical Christianity. Oh no, there wasn't that. It was, we're all over here. Or you've deconstructed, like you said, and now you're,
Now you hate the faith, you hate religion, you hate God, you hate anyone who claims to be a believer in the Word.
Again, that is not at all what was portrayed in the documentary. No one that was interviewed said that they hate Christianity.
Yeah.
That's just not true. I don't really know how they possibly got that.
I mean, that just comes from in-group protecting narratives from their own theology. You know,
Yeah.
like anybody who is speaking against you hates you and is filled with, you know, like these evil forces, and they're being influenced by Satan and stuff like that. When really, no, people who are unbelievers don't automatically hate God, the God that they don't believe in, apparently.
Yeah.
And they don't hate believers either. I mean, we're here while we oppose what Paul and Morgan, you know, try to put out into the world in a lot of ways. I definitely don't hate them. I actually sympathize with them a lot, because we used to be in kind of a very similar place.
Yeah.
So
And-
that's an in-group protecting bit of rhetoric there from Morgan, for sure.
And even though we're atheists and we talk about atheism a lot on this channel, we're not out to destroy Christianity as a whole. What we do want to do is call out objective harm that stems from some Christian beliefs, but we're not out to get rid of Christianity as a whole. I actually think that that would not be the best thing.
We have Christian viewers of our channels that support what we do, and we support them because we don't see them doing anything wrong. You know, we have Christian friends that we love, and we have no reason to try to deconvert them or whatever, because we don't hate all Christianity or all Christians or God or anything like that. It's a lot more complicated than that.
Hate those people.
that's sure what it felt like to me. You guys, you know, can decide
You're
how.
out to destroy those types of people. You've created entire YouTube channels and TikToks to destroy people that live like that.
And that's where I was going to go with. So let's look at the sources. Is that what you call them? The
whatever. Yeah.
different people
The
being
experts that they interviewed.
The experts, the different people being interviewed, and I'm not. It was pretty quickly that I realized, oh man, like most of these people are, like we were just sharing, like they're no longer Christians.
They're no longer Christians according to your very narrow theological definition of what true Christianity is, but many of them would define themselves as Christians.
It kind of seems like to me that Paul and Morgan might think that their specific brand of Christianity is the only thing that exists, and they're not aware of the vast amounts of variety within Christianity.
I think that they're aware that there are a lot of different denominations and a lot of different things that call themselves Christians. I just think that they think, well, that's just all fake, and you can't possibly be a Christian unless you agree with us.
Yeah, they might. I think they are aware that like other denominations exist, but I still think that they think that their brand of Christianity is like the mainstream, and that's the majority in the US or even in the world, and they're not aware of the fact that they're actually kind of a minority.
Yeah, they're a minority in the world, and historically, we've talked about this before, their version of Christianity didn't even exist until the last couple hundred years. So it's funny, they would not be identifiable as Christians to Christians like 500 years ago, or 1,000 years ago, or 1,800 years ago.
I mean, fundamentalism didn't come about till the 19th century. It's like actually really, really new.
And like specifically just America and the UK, and then it finally ended up spreading outside of that. But it's like this tiny little niche thing.
Yeah.
Are struggling in life, and I want to be careful of like. There were.
So he said that everyone that interviewed was struggling in life. I'm pretty sure if you're sharing your story of how you were abused, you're probably gonna look a little bit sad.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that your entire life is horrible and you're like so upset about where you are in life. Like that's not what that is.
I can't say for sure that this is where this is coming from, but I have seen this many times, and this is how I used to think about it. So I'll say this. there's an idea within conservative Christianity that, you know, if you talk about having disagreements with your former faith, or you talk about any kind of doubts or any kind of change in belief whatsoever, anything other than 100% steadfast belief and total confidence in what you've been taught, then you're struggling and you're,
yeah,
you know,
you're
you're
depressed.
so sad and like this is such a terrible existence. And it's, again, I don't know if that's where Paul's coming from on this, but this is an idea that Christians are taught so that they will be scared of questioning. If you think that not having 100% confidence means that you're just a sad sack and terribly depressed and you just can't go on anymore, then yeah, you're not going to question your authority figures. You're not going to leave the faith.
I mean, that's what we were told when we were Christians, that if we ever left Christianity, that our entire life would be in shambles and that our marriage would dissolve and all of this kind of stuff.
Which was all lies.
Yeah.
None of that happened.
Yeah.
They've rejected Christianity altogether, or I don't know where they all are on a journey, but it was quick that it was like, wow, like these people.
He said he doesn't know where they all are on their journey, but they've also stated multiple times that everyone was not a Christian. He said he doesn't know.
Gotta pick one.
Yeah. Paul and Morgan, I know we're kind of like slightly defending you, I guess, in this video, but you guys do tend to contradict yourself a lot. So editing might be good, or like Morgan did for the first part of this video, writing down your thoughts so you're not like contradicting things that you literally just said.
Try to have a little bit more empathy for people. I've seen them do a good job of, you know, they recognize they didn't have enough empathy for people, and then they're called out on it, and they actually are like, oh, sorry about that. So they're totally capable of it. I know this is your theological view, but it probably would be good to allow some complexity into your opinions on this stuff. Realize that people's thinking, people's journeys are more complicated than the very concise and very simple narratives that can fit into a sermon. And it's I think it's very insulting to people to insinuate that, you know, because they don't seem to agree with you theologically 100%, that means all of these really terrible things about them. So give that some thought, please.
Yeah.
I just
Some of the ex-IBLP that they interviewed.
The experts, the Fundy Fridays, Jen, who was an expert on us. Wow.
Somehow she's an expert on us because she makes a 1 hour long plus creepy video about us.
But I was just like, man, I thought we were going to get a well-rounded view of the sources, but you have people that, to me, are actually the fringe on the other side. They're trying to make Christians look like fringe extremists, lumping us all in with IBLP, trying to make Morgan and I, Girl Define, Nate and Sutton, these Christian TikTokers, they're trying to lump us all in, which, if you watch that part, literally, it's just showing little 5-second clips of intense things that have been said in a video.
Which, let me say something really quick. I am not mad about the clips that they used of us. I'm not mad about like the parts of the interview that they used. The fact that they only used, 2 minutes of the 4.5 hours that we filmed is annoying, but whatever. I'm not mad though at what they chose to use. I stand by everything that I said in every little clip that they played. That's not what I'm mad or annoyed about. I'm upset and frustrated at how just badly and disgustingly they lied to us, which, whatever, it is what it is. But yeah, people were like, you said what you said, and I'm like, yeah, I said what I said. That's not what I'm mad about at all in those clips.
To address something that Paul said, they only represented the other side, the fringe, the this, the that. I mean, only through your very narrow theological narrative or lens. do people who have left a cult and are now talking about it, who represent a spectrum of Christianity, represent extremists or fringe on the other side? Also, the people who were there speaking about their experiences were not the ones who were in charge of editing the documentary. The people who were in charge of editing the documentary, the people who were in charge of your interview and portraying your story, are not the same people that were featured in the documentary. People who were featured in the documentary, I don't think deserve blame for that. It's certainly not the victims that were talking about their stories. We're talking about the documentary crew. If you want to be mad at them, I think it's pretty valid, based on that they were misled. But yeah, differentiation there.
So they played, and then they literally did like the, like showing just lots of different radical Joshua generation, far-right extremist Christian homeschooling, blah, blah, blah.
The documentary definitely did imply that Paul and Morgan and the other Christian influencers are part of this thing called the Joshua generation, because they talked about it right before they started talking about social media influencers, and then they followed up that segment with a guy saying, and this is the Joshua generation. And I'm not sure if people are fully aware, but the Joshua generation, at least in how the documentary was referencing it, is this organization that trains Christian homeschoolers to get heavily involved in politics, to basically try to turn the U.S. into this like Christian nationalist state.
Yeah.
And while I'm sure Paul and Morgan vote Republican or vote Christian or whatever, they're not part of this very organized, strategic organization that is literally training kids in politics, basically, to infiltrate the government. As far as I know, they're not part of that.
Yeah,
so I was kind of confused by that whole thing.
But I'm sitting here thinking their sources are fringe on the other side. They seem hurt, they seem confused, they seem like their lives, they're struggling. Radical voices, and like you mentioned, this, they're given this big spotlight to Fundy Fridays, who represents this Reddit hate group of trolls that hate Christians, and she's one of their big sources. I'm just saying,
it's weird.
We're getting a pretty good feel for the agenda of this documentary.
Again, I really don't know how they're getting that, like, everyone interviewed was struggling in life. I mean, if they come across hurt, it's because they're talking about their abuse. They were hurt.
Yeah.
That's probably why they seem like that.
Right.
Issues I feel with this docuseries was that, they were trying, people look at it and they're like, they were exposing the IBLP. They were giving a voice to the victims. They were, calling out Bill Gothard and Jim Bob Duggar and the Duggars in general. And in a sense, yes, they were, but also this docuseries was lumping every person who thinks that homeschooling is a good thing, every person that thinks that going to church is a good thing, everyone that thinks that an order of leadership is a good thing is extremist, fringe, terrible, awful people.
I don't know that I would go that far.
Yeah.
I didn't hear them specifically say, homeschooling is so...
Yeah, I wouldn't say that they were, lumping in all homeschoolers or every single person that goes to church into this category. I do think that they were kind of lumping all fundamentalists together.
And they were lumping specific Christian influencers that they showed on screen in with the IBLP.
Yeah.
But to say that they're lumping all Christians together, I don't think it went that far.
No.
And that's just not true. IBLP took, submission and ran with it and took it way off into the weeds. They took from a little piece of the Bible and ran with it and used it for control and abuse, and that's not okay.
And
that's kind of what we're talking about. The way that Paul and Morgan think about submission is not the same as the IBLP, and they obviously disagree with it.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's just a lot of simplification and just, like we've said, kind of lumping all fundamentalists together and acting as though fundamentalism is this monolithic entity and that they all agree about everything.
Yeah.
healthy biblical way, and there is a healthy submission, and I'm glad they left that part in, even though it's like to make you look like, oh,
Right.
Morgan submits, we're gonna leave this in there. It's like, no, I'm glad that they left that in there to make you look
Man. Yeah.
all of these good experiences. It's just gaslighting the millions of Christians that are doing it right, or that are trying their best and doing pretty stinking good. But no, you're going to turn out like Josh Duggar. You're going to turn out like the Duggar situation. You're going to turn out like Bill Gothard and all of the things that he got wrong. You're going to be right there, and that's the way you're going to end up. No, I reject that.
I do agree with Paul there that I think the documentary definitely like made this implication that they might end up like Josh Duggar, or that their beliefs ultimately will lead to doing the same things that Josh Duggar and all these other horrible people did. And I think that that is a stretch.
Yeah, slippery slope.
Yeah,
sure.
it's exactly. It's a slippery slope. I mean, that's not to say that their beliefs don't lend themselves to some abuse. That definitely is a thing.
Yeah.
But is it on the level of this cult, which the IBLP is a cult that was run by this predator, and all of this SA was going on? I don't think so. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I don't have reason to believe that.
Like, okay, let me examine how I was raised, even if maybe I didn't, we as a family didn't embrace all these IBLP things. Like, we still had strict modesty standards. We had strict dating standards. We believed and really lived out how the Bible talks about so-and-so. We were homeschooled. So I'm like sitting here examining things, thinking through things, and even asking myself, okay, were we extreme? And then I'm like, but where are areas where Christians should be extreme and will be seen as extreme by non-Christians? And the Bible talks about it. It talks about being hated by the world. It talks about being a stench in the nostrils of certain people who don't like the gospel. And so I'm like, where do I just want to embrace, if you want to call it extremism, where do I want to embrace it and actually just wear it proudly? Pride Month, baby.
Kind of gross, that little Pride Month joke. I think that was unnecessary.
This is what happens, though, when this is the thought process that gets triggered in the minds of people who are not extremists, like Paul.
Yeah.
Like, you're going to call me an extremist even though I'm not? Fine. I'll just, I'm not even going to care what anybody thinks. I'm just going to do what I'm going to do and stop examining it at all.
Okay, so our final thoughts here. I think that if they were to make a documentary about conservative Christian influencers and how their views might lend itself to abuse, I think that could be an interesting thing.
I think that'd be worthwhile, yeah.
But this whole implication that they're on the same level as a cult with a predator as its leader, I think that was kind of dishonest in the way they represented that.
And counterproductive.
To
ultimately combating religious harm, which is the point, right?
Yeah. And I would have maybe not even had a problem with them bringing up Paul and Morgan in the documentary if they had done so in a different place and not made this direct connection between the IBLP and them. Maybe if they had said oh, here's these other fundamentalists that also have these harmful ideas that are adjacent to the IBLP or have some similarities with the IBLP, and we should be watching them and critiquing them. I probably would have been fine with that.
Yeah. Yeah, if they said, there are other forms of fundamentalism or other forms of conservative Christianity that are harmful, and, they might say things like this. They're not the IBLP, but we should still watch out for something like that. Yeah, I would have agreed with that.
Yeah. So, guys, let us know what your thoughts are about this. Do you agree with us? Do you disagree? It's possible that we're wrong about this and that Paul and Morgan do have a larger connection to the IBLP than we're realizing. That's always possible, so let us know what your thoughts are down below. Thank you so much for watching, and a huge thank you to my patrons who help make these videos possible. If you like this video, please be sure to subscribe and ring the bell. If you'd like to follow me on social media, my Instagram is Taylor_the_antibot, and my Twitter is the antibot. If you'd like to consider supporting this channel financially, a link to my Patreon will be down in the description, and I'll see you all in the next one. Say bye! If you'd like to consider supporting this channel financially, a link to my Patreon will be down in the description, and I'll see you all in the next one. Say bye!
Welcome to Duloc, it's a creepy town. What was once pristine, now is all run down. We will chop off your head and then laugh when you're dead. Duloc is a creepy place.
HelloFresh is the same kind of beast as BetterHelp, so I'm going to try to make sure I say in my opinion and allegedly a lot, and I'm going to make sure that after this video is posted, if anything happens and I need to cut something, I need to blur something, this is my disclaimer. There has to be some reason why a lot of people don't know how rotten HelloFresh is, because there are numerous articles about the details of HelloFresh's corruption, in my opinion. But before we go any further, this video is sponsored by HelloFresh. Imagine, what would y'all do? First of all, you know this video would never be approved if they saw this was going to be the video. But I feel like people would be like, slay sis, get your coin. Like, no accountability is gonna happen. That would be, people would have to like drag me a bit. I mean, I would hope.
Today, it's all thanks to HelloFresh. HelloFresh makes it so easy to get a home-cooked meal on the table without compromising any of your health goals. I mean, they're bound to be a hit. Whether you're just cooking for your family or maybe you're having like some sort of gathering, you're having people over, this is going to wow.
Thank you to today's sponsor, which is HelloFresh. I'm sure by now, if you watch my channel, you guys know who HelloFresh is, but if you don't, they are a meal delivery service. They have a lot of different flavors and combinations and meals that I don't necessarily even think to make in my typical.
Today's video is sponsored by HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit delivery service that offers you fresh, delicious, and healthy meals delivered straight to the comfort of your own home. Pre-portioned, pre-thought out, easy to follow recipe cards that allow you to get your meal on the table in about 30 minutes, sometimes less than that.
If you guys don't know what HelloFresh is a meal kit service. You already know if you watch me, you know. They send you fresh groceries right to your door every week or bi-weekly. You can set it however you want.
I was about to lose my mind until I heard of today's sponsor, HelloFresh. To put it as simple as possible, HelloFresh is ingredients in bags in a box that gets shipped to your house. I'll have you know that I've cooked like 300 HelloFresh meals over the past 4 years. So I think I know what I'm talking about.
Many of us know about HelloFresh because of the influencer marketing, and we also know about them because they're ridiculous coupons. Wait a second. I made sure to keep one by the time we recorded. There has been so many HelloFresh coupons that I have received over the years. This one says, come back. And we'll get to it. I've received packages where at the bottom of the package there's literally 3 of these. So those are the 2 ways I think most people know about HelloFresh. And of course they have like overlay ads on YouTube. You'll see it scrolling on TikTok. They have ads everywhere. I don't know if they have like traditional cable commercial ads though. But I'm always surprised that when I do videos about really popular things like this, or things I think is popular, a lot of people do not know about the brand that much. So who or what is HelloFresh? We all love food, but the tedious process of grocery store shopping and then cooking, not so much. That's where HelloFresh comes in, a company that sends fresh produce and ingredients along with recipes to subscribers' doorsteps, cutting out the need for at least the grocery shopping part. Despite how well known it has become in the food subscription space, the Berlin, Germany headquartered company HelloFresh was not the first of its kind when it launched in 2011. In fact, its predecessor was launched 4 years before in Stockholm, Sweden. Since then, a handful of other meal subscription-based services, including Blue Apron and Plated, have come to life that have further fueled interest in this meal kit model, especially in America. But HelloFresh remains dominant in the marketplace, especially within the pandemic, with people stuck at home. The company customer base is up 46% in the United States in 2021, with $2.5 billion in sales last year, a 102% increase over the same time a year ago. HelloFresh was founded founded and is currently headquartered in Berlin, Germany, as a creation of Germany's Rocket Internet, which is known for investing in startups and owning shareholdings of various models of business. With capital funding, HelloFresh was quickly able to bootstrap its way into the food industry and was able to get into markets across Europe, Australia, and the United States in a short period of time. Not too long ago, HelloFresh had a wine box subscription too that came in 3 varieties: the summer, the red wine, and the white wine plan. According to meal delivery experts, this is no longer available. Since HelloFresh was founded in 2011, they own Green Chef, Every Plate, and Chef's Plate, and all of them are still slightly unique. Green Chef is a healthy branch of the HelloFresh brand. Every Plate is a bit cheaper, and then Chef Plate is based in Toronto to serve those in Canada. I did try HelloFresh myself. This is still an ongoing journey for me, figuring out how to spend less than a certain amount of money a month in order to feed myself and eat food that I enjoy every single day. It's very difficult, and I thought HelloFresh could be something that helped. I think I want to say I tried it for at least 2 boxes before I canceled it, because the coupon is basically spread out. They technically give you whatever $100+ that is on that coupon, but then they spread it out. So you go on HelloFresh.com, you type in that coupon, they will give you $50 off your first box, $40 off your next box, and then $10 off, and then $5. So when I first saw that, that was a little annoying. I thought I was going to be getting a couple of free boxes before I've ever had to pay for it. They do that, then they have some options for you. I'm not a fan of mushrooms. They had a lot of that in there. I just wasn't a fan of some of the options that they had, and the ones that I did get, they were good, but they did not feed me that long. Like, I would keep trying to find, like, do they have bigger serving size for more people? Because they would give you a serving size for like, what, 2 to 4 people or something. I'm like, do you got 8 to 10? Because I don't understand how this is supposed to be enough food. They tasted good. I would give all of them like an 8 out of 10. It did technically introduce me to some new stuff. I never recreated any of the meals after. And then you still have to figure out breakfast and lunch and then dinner the next day. And then of course they give you, I think, like 4 meals. So that's like kind of 4 dinners covered, but that's it. The only way you would have breakfast, lunch, and dinner covered by HelloFresh, you would need to order at least 3 boxes a week or something. Like, it's definitely something for people who are making at least 80K to 100K annually and are looking for something that can diversify what they're cooking that month. It's not affordable at all.
16 free meals.
16 free meals.
For 16 free meals.
For 16 free meals.
For up to 16 free meals spread across 7 boxes.
Meal kits are marketed as a way for people to cook more and spend less on groceries or eating out. The truth is that an average minimum of $10 per person, the service may be convenient but not necessarily cheaper than buying groceries. While this price might be smaller to or less than what you'd pay eating out, you still have to consider the associated costs. Detroit Free Press points out that dinners delivered in these meal kits don't generally yield leftovers, which means you need to buy additional groceries to make your breakfast, lunch, and other food during the day. If you calculate the cost of the meals for more than one person per household, plus the money you still have to spend at the supermarket, the subscription doesn't sound as affordable as you probably thought. So let's talk a little bit about the expensive prices of food that we have experienced. Everyone is affected by the rising cost of grocery prices, including the corporations raking in billions while families struggle to eat. 2 years ago, a gallon of milk averaged $3.74. Today, shoppers can expect to pay $4.21. A loaf of white bread was previously $1.53, is now $1.87, and a dozen of eggs costs upwards of $3 or more. I know many of us were seeing $8 for eggs. Rising food costs on staple items have meant that people experiencing food insecurity, which is 33.8 million people in America, are left to choose what to buy and what meals to skip. And all of this has been happening because of inflation. Prices rise over the years, but they have been rising worldwide during this public health emergency. And surprisingly, something I didn't know, but Russia's invasion of Ukraine has caused delays in global production. But there's another factor, and that is corporate profits. Corporations have 3 options when it comes to rising costs. Most inflation is from corporate profit margins as determined by CEOs. Many of us have heard that companies are saying they need to raise prices to pay their workers, but a lot of these CEOs are actually pocketing the money, whether it's for in the food industry or the entertainment industry. If there's anything that you're looking to do for this, you can donate to local food banks, or you can start one in your neighborhood. There have been many community kitchens, and overall just supporting programs that distribute a surplus of food to people who are insecure. And let me know if you want me to talk about places like Imperfect Foods, because they sometimes disrupt initiatives like this. Now we are going to get to why I'm alluding to HelloFresh being so bad, in my opinion. They do a good job of making things look good and almost co-opting meaningful things and ruining its reputation, like making creators aid their, in my opinion, exploitation of marginalized groups and degradation of the planet. Probably a big target audience of these various food subscription boxes cares about sustainability. These brands make it a point to figure out how to include sustainability efforts that, given some common sense, should be debunked, and these articles explain that. As HelloFresh is now available in 14 countries, including the United States, of course, where it sources its produce and animal products differ by country in order to provide customers with the freshest ingredients. On its United States website, the company fully divulges its suppliers as well as its promise to sustainability and quality. In 2015, BuzzFeed published a fascinating story about the exorbitant amount of waste caused by the meal kit industry, but more specifically, Blue Apron. Sure, they're throwing away less food by using pre-portioned ingredients, but consider that every single one of those ingredients arrives in its own separate cardboard or plastic container, from a single carrot down to a teaspoon of curry. The author discovered that 3 meals for 2 people amounted to a whole lot of damage to the environment. But looking into this, I learned just how bad, in my opinion, HelloFresh is. Another article covers HelloFresh workers allege the popular meal kit delivery company has retaliated against them for their recent unionization campaigning in a report by The Guardian published Thursday, which comes amid coverage of unsafe and brutal working conditions on the company's assembly lines. The allegations include a worker from HelloFresh's Richmond, California location who told The Guardian that security guards tried to take their employee badge for distributing pro-union leaflets outside during her lunch break. 2 other workers said they were also told by managers that they weren't allowed to share union leaflets outside their lunch break. One of them told The Guardian that he was later demoted because he was told he did not speak English well enough, but said he believed it was camouflage because he had been exercising his organizing right. One day I was running the production line and my team lead was yelling at me, telling me to do so many things at once I couldn't do, and while yelling at me, called me a Mexican SHIT. Evelyn Escobar, a production line worker at the Richmond plant, told The Guardian. Organizers launched the effort earlier this year to advocate for better pay and working conditions after a pallet of meal kit supplies fell from a shelf and struck several workers. One was seriously injured.
One of our coworkers, she fell on an empty pallet, she tripped on it, and her feet got tangled on the plastic that was in it, and she broke her arm.
I was present the day one of my fellow coworkers got her foot crushed by a 300-pound pallet, and I remember seeing the pain in her eyes.
I have a friend at work who told me about her injury. She broke her leg when, while she was working, she slipped over like a piece of a poblano pepper on the floor, right, which is pretty common in that area.
I want HelloFresh customers to know that everything that they're getting at their doors, like these boxes, we are the workers that make this possible, and we haven't been treated fairly.
We don't feel like we're provided a safe and organized work environment to conduct our daily assignments, and we don't feel like we get the dignity and respect that we deserve.
My biggest safety concern at work is that are so many things on the floor. It can be also water, empty pallets with plastic on, and sticks sticking out of the pallet, which makes it very dangerous for everybody, and it's not a safe place to be working in.
We put ourselves in harm's way for the company, and whenever we do sustain injuries, they remove accountability and place it directly on the employees and the associates. They'll go into the bathroom or into the break room to kind of look for people, or I guess encourage people to hurry back and get back to the production area, but if you got to use the bathroom, you got to use the bathroom.
HelloFresh has done like every trick in the book when it comes to like shallow, meaningless, baseless statements in regards to the allegation against them, and about how they are acting like they support their workers. The pro-labor site More Perfect Union tweeted Monday that HelloFresh filed a takedown notice for a video alleging the company's union-busting efforts, which had it wrongfully removed from Twitter. A HelloFresh spokesperson said that the request for removal was due to a blatant copyright violation of HelloFresh's content that has since been remedied in the new version, but that the video includes misinformation and mischaracterization about the HelloFresh employee experience. We take these allegations very seriously, and all such complaints are vigorously investigated and addressed, a HelloFresh spokesperson shared in a statement to Forbes. HelloFresh believes that the decision of whether or not to be represented by a union is an important one, and we respect each employee's right to choose or refuse union membership. To promote further education and create open dialogue, we're holding an in-person meeting so that employees can be fully informed and make the best decision for themselves and their families. One thing I was surprised by were all the articles that were titled HelloFresh Workers Vote Against Unionizing. I was a little worried to read them because I thought that I was going to be basically reading how HelloFresh workers also just ultimately didn't agree with unions. I thought they were going to be separate from each other for some reason. You know, I think a union is worth having. I feel like sometimes unionizing can come from like a reactionary way instead of like a preventative measure before any issues even start. I also think I'm someone who would love to be a part of a union. I would love for content creators to be able to collectively bargain and strike when needed. But there are a lot of professions and industries where we're just not there yet, and we are being exploited every single day because obviously we see people rather exploit, even if they lose more money exploiting than they would if they just paid people better. HelloFresh has paid anti-union firm Culture Consulting thousands of dollars for its work at the California and Colorado facilities. The developments come amid an increase in union efforts that have swept the country, including at major companies such as Amazon, Starbucks, Dollar General, and beyond. Last year, HelloFresh workers in the U.S. attempted to form workers' unions at 2 warehouse locations in California and Colorado, respectively. Union membership rates have been steadily declining across the U.S. for the past 60 years. Workers in favor of unionizing complained about misinformation and retaliation coming from their managers. HelloFresh hired Culture Consulting during this time, reportedly paying several consultants $3,500 per day. In both cases, workers ultimately voted against unionizing. HelloFresh purchased its Aurora facility when it acquired rival Green Chef in 2018. Since then, it has doubled its Aurora staff to roughly 400 forklift operators, chefs, and assembly line workers. Aurora workers voted almost 2-1 against organizing in an election that wrapped up on Monday. The National Labor Relations Board confirmed the final vote tally was 166 to 91. HelloFresh workers in Aurora fell short in their vote after a long anti-union campaign. A union organizer said, "Our hearts go out to the workers who organized the union because they wanted to change the disrespect, dangerous working conditions, and pay in their workplace." Like many companies, HelloFresh maintained a website that discouraged workers from voting for the union. The website My HelloFresh Voice told workers they could be permanently replaced if they went on strike, and it included a calculator that showed them how much they could earn if they invested their dues rather than paying the union $59.60 per month. During the election, employees received a text message from HelloFresh about a wage raise, which would amount to $1 extra an hour. One of the workers is quoted saying it would have made a lot of a difference, because that worker was currently making $18.86 an hour. But the raise never appeared, and when the worker brought it to HR, the representative said that that current worker was already making the maximum rate. This quote goes on to say that it benefits HelloFresh to violate labor laws. They could fire someone and that person could file a fair labor practice claim later, but what does that do for someone who needs their paycheck this week? The consultants HelloFresh hired and management have tried to characterize unions as a business, comparing union organizers to sales representatives who will trick workers into joining a union. This tweet was possibly taken by a HelloFresh worker to show the anti-union content that Culture Consulting is presenting. In 2019, the consulting firm was receiving about $2,625 a day for their work. The recent setbacks for labor organizers reflect the difficulty of convincing convincing workers who are paid low wages and have minimal employment protections that the benefits of a collective bargaining are worth the financial costs and the risks of losing employment at companies aggressively pushing against unionizing. It's hard for all workers to organize, but it's especially hard for the more vulnerable workers to organize, said Rebecca Guyvan, a labor studies professor at Rutgers. Campaigns of intimidation can be very successful because these workers know that they are living a precarious life. It really helps employers that take advantage of employees when the employees feel fortunate to have a job instead of feeling they have the right to demand more. At HelloFresh, which is what's called a second chance employer, some employees have criminal convictions on their records, which bars them from a range of other jobs, including driving for Lyft or Uber. Others are immigrants with limited English speaking skills. All face one of the most severe housing shortages in the country. A quarter of Bay Area residents do not make enough money to make ends meet. Being anti-union is bad. Having workers injured on the job is bad. And we are adding being extremely careless during the initial awareness of a life-altering virus hitting the United States. The way a benevolent branded brand like HelloFresh is just effortlessly disgusting behind the scenes is really a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde type of capitalistic trope that is so unsettling. In summer of 2020, the Richmond facility, just north of Oakland, was the site of the largest COVID-19 outbreak in one of the state's most populous counties. A wave that infected 171 workers at one warehouse. After an employee who worked at the facility died of COVID, state health and safety officials opened an investigation and in April 2021 charged the company with a serious violation. An executive said that they were proud that the facility had the largest number of COVID-19 cases in Contra Costa County because that demonstrated the success of their COVID-19 testing program. When Health Inspector Heather Siedemans went out to investigate the Richmond facility in July of 2020, the company said it had 26 virus cases in its workplace, but county records showed at least 56 cases among HelloFresh employees in the facility. While HelloFresh was cooperative, their COVID protocols were not satisfying. People were grouped by doorways and eating together in a crowded break room. The plexiglass barriers meant to reduce exposure between people working side by side were hung too high to be effective, and employees weren't properly wearing their masks. The public health department told HelloFresh that they had to take immediate actions, including reducing the on-site workforce by 40% within the next 2 days and testing all employees within the next 9 days. By then, Wilfredo Alvarez, a 64-year-old HelloFresh employee who had been working on the production line in Richmond for 3 years, had been hospitalized for the virus for over a week. His children kept in touch with their dad's employer through text messages that BuzzFeed received in various documents that were submitted to California Division of Occupational Safety and Health. The family updated the company on which hospital he was in and kept them abreast of his condition. William, one of Alvarez's sons, told state health and safety officials that he had also informed the company of his dad's positive virus diagnosis. And text messages show that his son also told them that he ended up getting the virus himself. Then, HelloFresh's U.S. head of corporate safety and security, Mitchell Jacobs, told state officials that according to information provided to him by Human Resources, after Alvarez was hospitalized, the company didn't hear about his condition again until the county health department called to inform the company of Alvarez's death. But text messages show that that is not true. There's proof that Alvarez's son was updating HelloFresh representatives about his dad's condition. He was saying that he was hoping for a miracle and looking for funeral homes. Later that night, Alvarez died alone in an intensive unit in Vacaville, California. Alvarez's son texted a HelloFresh employee saying, "My dad didn't make it." A HelloFresh employee responded, "Oh my goodness, no, I'm so sorry." When Siedemans heard about Alvarez's death, she instructed the company to report the fatality to the state, which it did 12 days after his death. The accident report stated that HelloFresh was unsure of the cause of death and had no knowledge as to if Alvarez was positive for COVID-19 or not. So this is one of the reasons why I feel like HelloFresh is extremely grimy. Someone dies allegedly because of your working conditions, and you allegedly are aware of that, and this is how you report their death. So I am doing my research. I think I found like where people who have been employed by HelloFresh can go in and kind of review their experience. And of course, with the information that you know about them paying all this money for a consultant to union bust, you have to take these reviews that are public on the internet with a grain of salt, similar to Trustpilot. Like, there have been companies that are in some type of lawsuits for muddling with their public reviews or public facing reviews, suppressing negative ones. But this is the thing with HelloFresh, like many companies, even like Uber, they are going to have the people who are on the ground doing the day-to-day for their company. Those are going to be low-income people who are not getting paid well and are going to typically have negative experiences. Then you have people who work on like the more corporate side. They do the marketing, they do the communications, they do the tech. These people are typically going to have a better experience, like a 3 to 5 star experience, that are just like, management sucked sometimes, the work was a little boring and repetitive, but overall it was a good experience, made a decent amount of money. Then you're going to have the 2 to 1 stars from the people who did the day-to-day packaging of whatever it is, driving the cars, whatever, that are going to have those negative reviews. Sometimes those are suppressed. So that's typically what you see when looking at, like, okay, what are other workers even saying publicly? And this is my thing, like, it gets worse because HelloFresh, in my opinion, is systemically putting things in place that do not allow workers to have a word at all. It's extremely intentional. I do not know why, in my opinion, they hate workers so much. HelloFresh has operations in 14 other countries, including the United States, UK, and Australia, and employs over 11,800 people worldwide. The company went public and joined the Frankfurt Stock Exchange at the end of 2021. According to the firm's second quarter report for 2022, it has reached an all-time quarterly high valuation of approximately 1.6 billion in UK money and has 8 million active customers. And then in the year 2022, the company experienced 62% worth of growth. In Germany, HelloFresh is the only DAX listed company that doesn't have a works council. It is also one of 3 firms that doesn't have workers' representation on their supervisory board. Okay, I wanted to slow this down a bit. So basically, HelloFresh has purposely changed the type of company that they are so that workers cannot be represented at all. When you are an SE, which is a European company, you can avoid co-determination protections. And I think they get around not being an AG, like a standard stock corporation, maybe because domestically in Germany they don't have 500 employees and they have more than 500 employees everywhere else internationally. I don't know, that's how I'm interpreting it. But if they were a standard AG, they would have to, like, legally have supervisory boards with employee representatives. And it's already been documented that they are preventing employees from being represented at the supervisory level, which is aiding in the lack of change the company is making in order to make workers have a more just experience on the job. A representative speaking for HelloFresh said the company decided to restructure because the legal form of an SE does more appropriately reflect the international orientation of HelloFresh and its subsidiaries. HelloFresh employees in favor of starting a works council will take their case to Berlin's court on November 15th. This was at least a year or 2 ago. Workers involved in this case say the meal kit delivery service has spread misinformation and engaged in other union-busting tactics. The company has denied these claims in a statement provided to DW, saying, "We greatly value participation and co-determination in our workplace." Franziska Faulon, union secretary at Verdi, supports the workers' efforts to form a council. She told DW that HelloFresh was particularly good at union busting. Not even Amazon is that bad, she added. There are a few reasons why I find HelloFresh to be particularly dystopian, the same way as BetterHelp. I feel like they're trying to monopolize on basic needs with, in my opinion, misleading advertisement and the kind of good representation you get from, like, cute Canva branding. You know, a lot of us YouTubers love this phrasing, but I feel like the Canva-ification of the downfall of society, the Canva-ification of late-stage capitalism. Of course, HelloFresh is probably not doing their branding using Canva, but if you wanted to mimic HelloFresh's branding and a lot of the branding that companies are using to appeal to Gen Z and millennials, it's that kind of look. We are going to end with tying this into how does this matter to when we see HelloFresh sponsoring people on YouTube. So bear with me because we're going to get a little financial. And then we have the YouTubers. Now, even if you have YouTube Premium, when you click a YouTube video and a content creator has a sponsor in the video, many of them are sponsored by HelloFresh. Now, I don't think HelloFresh is just sponsoring anybody. Typically, these YouTubers get hundreds of thousands, if not millions of views when they cut to their kitchen from their video to talk about HelloFresh. HelloFresh garners like a lot of positive sentiments from moms, people who work a lot. Everybody who does a HelloFresh ad is like, look, I don't have the time to cook. Here are some really tasty meals that take this amount of time to make, and here is a huge discount if you would like to try it. And many of the people sponsored by HelloFresh are not really that problematic. Of course, you can be critical of their content. If I had the time, I would do an analysis on like everybody's channel that has ever made a YouTube video. I've never been reached out to HelloFresh for a sponsorship. I was reached out to by Green Chef and I immediately declined because I was aware they are owned by HelloFresh, and I told the person who emailed me, I was like, HelloFresh be union busting, no thanks. They said that's fair. So honestly, before this video, I just knew that HelloFresh was union busting. I would see like headlines of articles, but I never really looked past that. I was like, I saw that headline and basically was like, that's enough for me to not consider being sponsored by them or to buy from them again. Doing the research for this video was a little infuriating because I feel like this unrealistic expectation or this idealistic expectation was bubbling up because I was just so furious. Like, I was like, if anyone who's ever been sponsored by HelloFresh saw this information, they immediately, once their contract is up with HelloFresh, need to denounce the company publicly. And like, everyone who is sponsored by HelloFresh should see comments saying, do you know this brand is like horrific and intentionally doing all it can, in my opinion, to exploit workers. I understand people are going to do problematic sponsorships because they need to make money to survive. And I honestly feel like that can be challenged to an extent because though people's finances are kind of private, I think some people use that language as a cop-out for accountability and making sacrifices that put them in solidarity with other human beings. Okay, because of what I just said could be controversial, I'm going to have to give you this janky looking slide in order to really kind of break this down in a succinct way. I think there are so many disingenuous comments that can come from pocket watching, if you want to say. So let's be very, very clear. Content creators mostly are low income. There are very few content creators who are actually making over 80K to 100K or more given what their family size needs in order to not be considered low income. So when you hear and see a lot of content creator lifestyles, either people are lying or in debt, or they are the outliers making a lot of money. Again, even if a content creator wants to brag about signing a 10K deal, if they only sign 1 or 2 in a year and they don't have any other forms of revenue, that is poverty still. So do not let any of those things make you believe that this profession is a dream financially. On Patreon specifically, I am very transparent about how much I make because I am not one of those people that believe finances need to be a secret. I think they only need to be private for safety reasons, and that's about it. There really isn't any other logical reasons why you have to keep your finances private. I believe keeping your finances private across the board is a manipulative way to divide the working class, and it is not a common sense ideology. It is one that has been forced on us. That's about it. I am low income. I can't fully say that my channel is what a low-income content creator channel looks like, meaning if someone gets the views and subscribers that I have, they are probably low income, because I probably could make about 10 to 20K more a year from my platform, debatably. But because I have certain disability needs that I won't disclose here, a low-income salary is just about all I can manage to make. But at the same time, I do believe that people who have a channel with similar views and subscribers as mine are also low income, especially if you do not have any kids. Looking low income is a little different. I also wanted to add this for those who have no idea what the back end of a YouTube channel is like. Channels that have like a decent amount of views and subscribers but don't post that often will ultimately make less than those who post often but get similar engagement. So that's how things also fluctuate for some people. But I do want to bring to your attention that when you are a content creator, and even if you make a little bit more than 50K a year, that doesn't always mean you're financially comfortable, because you could be paying for things like health insurance that can run you 6K to 12K annually. So if you're a content creator and you're bringing in $50,000 a year, if you are paying for certain benefits that someone who's traditionally employed with 50K makes, that significantly cuts into your money. So I will say that even high earning content creators do have to pay a large amount for certain benefits that they don't get at a traditional job. But that brings me back to this conversation is about HelloFresh or brands like HelloFresh that typically sponsor creators who are not pressed for cash unless they have some outlier issues like retail addictions or probably have a sick family member or a lot of family members to take care of. There are going to be some reasons why there's a content creator who is making over $100,000 a year and needs to take a HelloFresh sponsorship because if they don't, they won't be able to pay for their health insurance annually or something, you know? But back to the point, HelloFresh rarely sponsors creators who do not get a significant amount of views, which also means you can conclude those creators also make more than a low income on AdSense alone, and sponsorships may be covering way more than their basic needs. You know, I don't really want to speak in absolute, so I'm sure HelloFresh does sponsor smaller creators that have less than a couple 100,000 views, but I just haven't seen it. So now goes to my main point. If creators want grace when accepting problematic sponsors, it is not enough to say they are just trying to survive, because you then have to answer, is your survival priority over people experiencing more immediate needs? It is not ridiculous to ask creators who may be rich to adjust their budget when made aware they can no longer benefit from a sponsor. I deeply believe that there are some, especially content creators, who can make certain life adjustments that could radically change what other people, especially other workers, are experiencing, of course, if done collectively, because that's the nuance here. I think like if even if some creators like in this video stop working with HelloFresh, if they don't publicly say something, and then if there isn't also some collective action that happens, not, you know, all that responsibility is on one person, but if collective action then also happens to make sure rarely, if anyone, is sponsored by HelloFresh or even places like BetterHelp, then the change will come. And this is just why I'm saying what I'm saying. I think we rarely get this aspect fleshed out because people immediately get weird when talking about money. The reason why we're talking about the money should be bigger. Like, I believe that everything that we just learned about what HelloFresh is doing is a reason to make certain sacrifices in order to help stand with those people experiencing those things. I mean, even if you look at the writer's strike, there are a bunch of people who are going without a lot in order to get their needs down the line. And I also think if any content creator is feeling like they need to be sponsored by brands that have well-documented problematic track records, it goes to how unsustainable and exploitative this job is, and they need to say that as well if they're ever talking about taking problematic sponsors. And if you are a creator that doesn't want to be low income and you want to make 80K to 100K, the amount of things you need on your side to make that possible is something a lot of people just are not being transparent about. I just wanted to put that out there because in my opinion, HelloFresh, their marketing, their consumer awareness, brand awareness, I don't even know, I feel like they get it from a lot of content creators, especially YouTubers, people who can show video of them using the subscription service. And the amount of money that they spend on advertisements signals that they really want to take up space and want to become the option for people. Similar to BetterHelp with therapy, if we become popular enough, we will squeeze out all the competition, own all the competition, and this will be the default way people receive food, and of course to make people better like workhorses. It's so interesting that like the productivity is never questioned before people are figuring out how can I spend my money that will give me more time to work, or when I'm not working I can spend my money so that I don't feel like I don't have enough time to relax, to decompress. You know, keeping meals fun and nice, like that takes a lot of time. But I don't even know how I could describe it. Like I'm waiting for a company to come out with like subscription-based oxygen, you know, something. I can see why if you're going to be sponsored by HelloFresh, you don't type in like, because when you are getting sponsored, you should type in the company and bad reviews. Like literally, HelloFresh, bad reviews, HelloFresh, bad. Type it to see what you get. I feel like people don't do that because so many people get sponsored by them. They're like, if everybody's getting sponsored by them, like I don't even have to do my due diligence, but like, and it's like the title, like the company name, it's all ironic and it's all so evil to me. Like, it's like you purposely named something HelloFresh with this happy-go-lucky branding. So that's pretty much it. I don't know why you're here. But yeah, that's all for me. If you want me to continue to talk about these boxes, let me know and I will. And Thank you for watching. But yeah, that's all for me. If you want me to continue to talk about
Content of everything! Content of everything! Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for listening. Content of everything! Content of everything! Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for listening.